はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか? I wonder if I'm coming through well. I have cranked up my gain slightly. Let me see if it actually took. Because sometimes... Huh? I heard something. Sometimes Windows really likes to just change its mind on what my audio settings are, so you never know. It's worth double checking. Let's see... Microphone. No, not what I'm looking for. I really like referring to Microsoft as Microsoft because I know it upsets the current CEO. But you probably want the visual, don't you? Hello, sort of a demon. Congratulations on the first. Codename, thank you for the lurker check-in. Much appreciated. It keeps bumping down my damn volume. I am supposed to go this loud. Is the audio okay? It's not blown out. I hope it's not. It's supposed to be native gain, so let's keep it at a 90. If people complain, I will change it. I've noticed that my clips are very low volume, and I would like to fix that. Now then, let's actually get through our React slop before we get to enjoy some Taimanin. Today I'm good, thank you. Usually you say that my audio is fine. Also, your audio is actually very low every time you stream, but unlike me, you don't even check the damn chat when I tell you it's low. Hello, Notary. No, you. Caleb Hammer dropped a video on his front page YouTube channel titled Why Twitch is Collapsing. Predicts Twitch survives as smaller, more focused platform after YouTube stole their crown. Twitch isn't dying. Let's just watch the actual video.
The Manosphere audience found a new home. Twitch kept trying to thread a needle on moderation and kept...
I'm sorry, what? I was not in once. I was in at least 3 of your streams. So again, why would you go on the internet and tell lies, Notary?
Kept pricking itself from every direction. Twitch isn't dying. Let's be clear about that. 240 million monthly active users, 25 million daily users, over 50,000 live broadcasters at any given moment. Users spending an average of 95 minutes a day on the platform. That's not a dead product, it's a wounded giant. The live streaming market itself is booming. It was valued at roughly $107 billion in 2024 and is...
Ask Seki. I don't know who the fuck Seki is. You're running those damn self-checks every stream start. You've got a complex now? Damn. Manosphere in the year of the Patriot 2026? You wish Twitch was dead? Again, I disagree with that. I think Twitch is a great platform. I'm on Twitch. I'm on Twitch because YouTube has even worse discoverability. That's the thing. And Twitch has better quality of life. The problem Twitch has is that it is run by idiots, which means that it is actually such a good product that even Dan Clancy is incapable of killing it by mismanagement.
It's projected to reach somewhere between 318 billion and nearly 700 billion by the early 2030s, growing at around 23% per year. The pie is getting bigger. The question is whether Twitch can hold onto its slice. Near term, expect more cost cutting. Expect multi-streaming to become the norm. Creators broadcasting...
Oh, Seku. The guy I've been talking to about Taimanin all week, but we're off topic. Listen, you can play Taimanin with us. No one's stopping you.
Simultaneously to Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, treating Twitch as one window among several. Expect Twitch to keep improving monetization tools, rolling out better mobile experiences, and leaning on AI.
That's actually another component of it. Twitch has way better monetization than any of its competition. I get monetized at a significantly lower entry level, and I could get at least a pittance of something for just views and ad rolls, as opposed to the nothing and fuck off that I get from YouTube, despite it requiring significantly more work to produce edited videos for it.
for moderation and content discovery. GTA 6 could give all streaming platforms a temporary boost. Medium term, YouTube's dominance will likely
Why GTA 6 in particular? That's a very odd thing to pick out. It's not like people who don't play video games are going to suddenly start playing video games because GTA 6 is out.
consolidate. The structural advantages, discoverability, VOD integration, ad monetization, video quality, are nearly impossible for Twitch to replicate. Kick sustainability will be tested if gambling revenue dries up or faces regulatory pressure, and Twitch may quietly pivot towards being what it's already becoming, a niche platform for hardcore gaming communities and interactive.
If anything, it's going to push YouTube more because GTA 6 content saturation on the platform. Probably because a lot of the GTA 5 RP content is kind of evergreen. It really became a soft, more normie version of VR chat at some point. People on Twitch are going to watch what they watch on Twitch. GTA 6 will just be what's viewed for a while. Yeah, well, because every current thing streamer and everyone and their mother is going to be streaming GTA 6 if it ever comes out.
Entertainment, abandoning the quest for mainstream dominance. Most likely outcome, Twitch survives as a significantly smaller, more focused platform. The gaming-specific community hub within Amazon's ecosystem, living off Prime integration and a loyal...
Look at that fucking nerd. He watches streamers play the whatever the fucking most recent Resident Evil game is. Point and laugh. I'm kidding. I really don't have strong opinions about Resident Evil. It's just everywhere, and I actively ignore it.
Core audience. Amazon has too much sunk.
This also assumes competent leadership at Twitch adjusting for shifting conditions. What's the topic for tonight? Action, well, not action. Time it in squad eventually once I'm done reacting to all of the slop that's backed up. Also, we are going to have significant disruptions in our schedule for the upcoming 2 weeks. No, it's okay, Gecko. I'm just teasing. I know that you can take it. You are our strongest warrior. You just have hobbies that are odd, like liking AKs. But yeah, my schedule is going to be materially disrupted. I'm not going to be able to make the stream on Saturday because I have commitments that I need to be present for. So I will try to shift it to a different day to stream. And the stream after that, that's supposed to be on Wednesday, I'll try to shift that one as well to still have the stream, but I'm going to have to miss Saturday altogether. Yeah, so there's that. Pay attention to announcements in the Discord. Your Saturday was ruined. I'm sorry to hear that, but unfortunately, I need to go and be an adult on occasion. There are certain work commitments that I need to perform.
Cost and too much Prime infrastructure to shut it down, but it won't be the dominant live streaming platform it once was. That title belongs to YouTube now, and it's not coming back.
Does it though? YouTube kind of sucks for live streaming. I'll be the first one to tell you. It's a pain in the ass to set up because I need to refresh my chat window every time I go live. What else? I have no discoverability whatsoever. Again, monetization is just non-existent. Integrations like channel points, also non-existent. No quality of life whatsoever. The quality of the VODs is actually dog shit. Like, I have a significantly higher quality VOD saved on Twitch than I do just organically saved on YouTube. The only reason I keep the YouTube VODs is just to have them as a readily available archive in case it gets nuked off of somewhere.
Twitch CEO Dan Clancy said something that stuck with me. He says that as
your defense, you didn't watch the new RE slop, you just wanted the badge. I see.
Technology progresses, quote, the desire for genuine, real-time connections will only grow stronger. And he's right. The desire is real. People want to feel like they're part of something happening right now. That instinct isn't going away. But wanting connection and delivering it are two different things. Twitch built the house. It just forgot to maintain the foundation. And now the floor is cracking while the neighbors are building skyscrapers. The platform that pioneered interactive live entertainment, that gave us Twitch Plays Pokemon and built the careers of thousands of creators, is now fighting for relevance in a market it once owned. YouTube didn't steal Twitch's crown. Twitch dropped it.
Kind of a surface level analysis. I don't entirely agree, but that's fine. All right, let's do a little bit of reading. Austin, the man identified by authorities as the gunman in the deadly mass shooting in Austin 6th Street earlier this month, was previously accused of violently assaulting a co-worker at a Tesla facility in Travis County, according to a newly filed civil lawsuit. The lawsuit filed March 5th on Travis County District Court alleges Tesla employee, a Star Wars name, attacked a co-worker during a workplace break on December 4th, 2025. So once again, Elon is inflicting elite human capital on us. This time in the form of a mass shooter. I mean, to be fair, Tesla and Elon have only imported one mass shooter. You know, which is already kind of a lot, I have to say. I really think that if he focused more on hiring Americans, then this man wouldn't have the reason to stay in America long enough to commit what is essentially a terrorist attack on the city. Take certain issue with that. Twitch didn't give us TTP. A clever motherfucker gave us that. The platform is basically irrelevant. TPP. What is TPP? Imagine the smell. Horrific. Seku, hey there. Got there a little late? That's fine. That's fine. Where did this terror incident take place? That's the Austin 6th Street shooting, where the dude with a... Twitch plays Pokemon? I see. Clever motherfucker gave us that. The platform is basically irrelevant. I mean, they were a vehicle for it, I guess. But we're talking specifically about the guy who, in retaliation to military action in the Middle East, wore a sweatshirt that says "Property of Allah" and shot up a bar. Probably understanding that a bar is a soft target because people in bars can't carry firearms. And yeah, what do we have right now? It's like 3 dead, 25 injured, if I recall correctly. So he just basically mag dumped into a crowd until police were able to run up and shoot him. And then the fucking Soros DA considered pressing charges against the cops who shot him. And apparently Elon hired the guy. Like, apparently a dude with a Star Wars name is a better hire for his fucking Texas plant than an American. Very simple reason. Elon can't see the problem. He's used to Indians being everywhere. He's from South Africa. George Soros is just a conspiracy theory. Doesn't even real, bro. I don't know. I would like that conspiracy theory to hang from an overpass and do that gurgle swing thingy thing I like. Lawsuit filed in Travis County District Court alleges Tesla employee Star Wars name attacked a co-worker during a workplace break. Plaintiff claims a Star Wars name violently and without provocation. I mean, yeah, the crime statistics do not lie. Assaulted the woman, who is over 65 years old, in a common area during a company-sanctioned prayer break. Company-sanctioned prayer break at Tesla. Elon, are you all right? Like, it's all fun and games when you have to white post on Twitter, but let's put that into context, that this is a man who allows company-sanctioned prayer breaks. The plaintiff's attorney, who gives a fuck, told Xnax via email that his client repeatedly asked Tesla for the name of the man who attacked her so she could press charges. Tesla refused and never provided it. After the 6th Street shooting, Lillian saw the face of the man who attacked her on the news and for the first time learned his name, Star Wars name. He had just been identified as the shooter in the Austin mass shooting that killed multiple young people, injured many others. If Tesla had information about Star Wars name's violent behavior before he attacked Lillian Brady and failed to act, then not only might her assault have been prevented, it may have been an early warning sign of a greater danger. This lawsuit seeks to determine that Tesla knew and why this early incident wasn't taken seriously. Violence rarely appears out of nowhere. Our lawsuit will examine the warning signs were present why they were ignored and why Tesla failed to protect the 65-year-old employee. So, hey there, anarchist. Or assuming that this is a Muslim because of the privilege thing, well, yes, it's... Do we need to go over this again? A Muslim shot up a bar in Austin? That's the guy we're talking about? The guy who shot up the bar in Austin, the dude who chimped out with a shirt that says property of Allah on it, was a Tesla employee. And if Tesla didn't hide his name, and if the woman who he assaulted could have actually pressed charges, he would have been made a felon and wouldn't be able to own the rifle that he used to shoot up a bar. This is news? I don't know which part. Because he was mad about bombing Iran? Well, I think it was, he was, as the kids say, rolling up on the ops because his team was hit. I wonder if Elon can actually do something about this. As the acting CEO of the company, yes. Property of Allah is the halal version of Daddy's kitten shirts? Probably. The Habibi are at it again. He's not a Habibi. He's however you pronounce this particular Star Wars name. I forget where he's from. I think he's from Senegal. They don't have Habibis in Senegal. But again, why do we have people from Senegal in Texas? Why do we have any Muslims in Texas, full stop? That's the real question here. Yes, Senegal. Thank you, friendly anarchist. The real question is, why do we permit any Muslims to be in Texas? And if we have them by some unfortunate happenstance, maybe it's time for us to make an example of Mr. Star Wars name over here and just have a state-mandated burial that involves him being rolled into a pigskin and then cremated. You know, just to sort of put the point across. Why do we permit any Muslims to be in America? That is also an excellent question. Probably because Abbott's biggest donor is Pakistani. Well, perhaps he also needs to be rolled into a pork blunt. Every neighborhood needs a pork barbecue. Well, that's also true. We should not discriminate our meats. We should be barbecuing beef and pork equally. So I maintain that the citizenship test should involve eating a bacon cheeseburger. A lawsuit seeks more than $1 million in damages and accuses Tesla Inc. of negligence, alleging the company knew or should have known Star Wars name had a violent temperament but failed to properly supervise employees or secure common areas. Meanwhile, if any of present company tries to get a job at Tesla, we're not likely to succeed. Gee, I wonder why. If you discuss your opinions about Abbott, you will get an FBI visit. Tread lightly, do not glow too hard, do not say things that are prosecutable. 53-year-old Texas resident, he was not a Texas resident, a 53-year-old Senegalese man who was by some unfortunate accident living in Texas, opened fire outside of Bufford's backyard beer garden, first shooting from a vehicle and then continuing the attack on foot with a rifle before officers fatally shot him. Shooting killed 3 people, injured more than a dozen, making it one of the deadliest attacks in Austin in recent years. No glowing on Maine, friends? Exactly. Did I see that Trump endorsed Herrera today? Let's fucking go. I mean, it's kind of it's a nice gesture to have, I guess. But it's kind of too little too late. Like, he's the only candidate in the Republican primary. I mean, thanks, I guess. There might be a revenue stream in taking shit articles like this, aggregating them and replacing the euphemisms with accuracy. That is also true, yeah. Elon, stop hiring third worlders, goddamn. It's funny that he does that simultaneously with posting about a white genocide on Twitter. He's very concerned and very interested in all of the articles about, I don't know, British rape gangs. Meanwhile, he's very happy to employ Mr. Dinglewingle or whatever the fuck his Senegalese name is. Funny how that works out. I'm going to look for openings at fucking Tesla tomorrow. Fuck it, I'll look at them right after the stream and I'll try to apply. Let's see how much fucking success I'm going to have at getting employed in Tesla. Because apparently a 50-something woman beater can easily be employed there as long as he's, melanated and third world enough. Have I seen Brandon's demo opposition? Some people would talk about taking the high road. You do not have enough fat jokes for that creature. Yeah. For someone who's named Stout, she's definitely appropriately shaped. I have seen the Dem candidate. I mean, it's a solid red seat. She does not have a single chance in hell. Like, they're already trying to make the rounds with all of the articles about, oh, he's actually a Nazi. Man with the last name Herrera. Right. Rolling Stone's article. Is that the same Rolling Stone that was sued for libel for alleging that a lacrosse team gang raped some whore when it turns out that they actually ran a very consensual train on her and she just lied to her boyfriend? White genocide is so bad. I'm going to keep doing it, though. Probably Elon, yeah. Speaking of women needing to very likely lose the right to vote, the podcast of the Lotus Eaters has served up a very infrequent L. So I think Carl needs to come into the office and apply a good whipping. Although I am also proven correct on some of the points here. That woman later killed her boyfriend, by the way? Excuse me? What? I didn't hear that part. I choose to believe this shit not because it is true, but because it is funny. All right, Lotus Eaters taking an L, simultaneously proving me right. The meaning of Herrera is blacksmith. I mean, appropriate. He is just, technically a smith of some sort, even though he's a gunsmith. It's fucking astonishing that Elon is upset about white people losing their jobs because of DEI bullshit. It still believes that there are smart people in countries where inbreeding is legal. So here's the thing, Nathlankara. Are there smart people in some unfortunate parts of the world? Yes. Like, there are marginal amounts of them. There's like maybe 5 in all of India. Is it beneficial to rescue those 5? Maybe. But just those 5 and no one the fuck else. That's the key difference here. Crystal Magnum, who has been in prison since 2013 on charges of murdering Reginald Day in 2011, left the North Carolina Correctional Institution for Women in Raleigh Friday morning. She was serving a 14 to 18-year sentence. Magnum confessed to lying about being raped by the lacrosse players in an interview on the independent media outlet Let's Talk with Kat, December 2024. Wait, so she's out and she just admitted to lying, to making a false rape accusation, and nothing happened to her for that? She didn't immediately go back to jail? And I assume she's been released on what? She's out on parole now instead of serving the full 18-year term? Because she's not supposed to be out for another year if she had served a full term. Great, that's just fantastic. What sentencing? What gender sentencing gap? You don't know if there's a statute of limitation on perjury? Surely it's less than 10 years. All right. Okay, so let's watch the Lotus Eaters take an L. We're going to have to report them to Sargon so that he, I don't know, whips his production staff. You do know that one of those cases, probably Duke, had the attorney get disbarred for misconduct? Love it. You love to see it.
Begin by talking about Japan, shall we? Because now I was actually...
I'm sorry, no man with a British accent that strong should ever speak of Japan. I'm sorry.
away when the Liberal Democrat Party, Sano Takaichi's party, won this massive majority. But they did, and it was pretty staggering. Now, we covered the fact that... really, now this has not aged particularly well in the way that it's framed in terms of their own Trump, because I've become beyond disenchanted with Trump at this point.
I find
Why? Why are you disenchanted with Trump, Mr. Britain man? Please tell me. Please tell me why your opinion of a European even matters on the subject, and then proceed to tell me why you are wrong. Fucking dysgenic big-nosed twat. Thank you for the hydrate, Crespian.
Analysis of populist parties across the world now, seemingly, not just the West and Europe, but Japan as well. Never ages
Agency is better than your dog water Brits? Exactly.
Particularly well.
Big-nosed? Not that kind. Just, objectively, look at him.
I think it fits it quite well, because this party supports Israel.
Well, the point was that...
What the fuck does Israel have to do? How are the Jews affecting Japan now? Like, again, why do the most dysgenic people have the most dog shit takes? Schnozgirth, indeed. What the fuck is that word, Crespian? Will instantly reply with "Our country is white." Sure, no, that's a very interesting take. Beans on falafel. What was the most popular infant boy name for like a decade in a row? A portemonnaie, if you may.
Well, the thing was, though, that obviously it is a centre-right party. It's not innately nationalist in its principles or in its core, and, to invoke AA's very sensible position...
Ah, yes, Pakistani agent is suddenly a reliable source and not just a seething retard. This really is an incredibly British panel. I mean, Harry literally looks like an actor from Robin Hood who played Guy Gisborne. Okay, listen. Harry is a good boy. He's just caught up with some bad company, okay?
The centre-right are your absolute enemy. This seems to have been the case in Europe. It seems to have been the case in America. And so
explain to us what's going on with Japan then, because obviously...
Can you quote any original sources? Because I bet you can't.
Obviously, a lot of people will be familiar with our coverage, and they'll be expecting that this was...
The only people I hear quetching about Sanae Takaichi right now are all pretend Japanese Twitter meme accounts. Like, they're all fucking Mishima posting at mock speed, talking about how, Japan fell for it again. Even though the biggest complaint about Takaichi so far is that she didn't do anything other than call a snap election, basically murdering the Communist Party. Gay race communism is one hell of a drug, yeah.
Supposed to be a good thing.
Well, okay, so first of all, as Sid points out here, the right-wing Japan has a large enough supermajority that they can amend the constitution that was forced on them at gunpoint by the American liberals back in 1945. So for the first time...
No. It wasn't forced on them by American liberals. It was forced on them by General MacArthur, the man who thought that we should nuke China next. As you recall, Britain has 96% white. In 97, or at 74% now that their immigration problem started 20 years later. They are speedrunning. I will remind you that... what is it now? I think the white British are now an actual minority in London. Never mind the rest of the country. He was right. It was the communists in our government that prevented us from doing the right thing. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with the constitution that we gave the Japanese at the time. I'm sorry. The girl bossed very close to the sun. They were at the point of experimenting on the Chinese because they deemed the Chinese to not be people enough. Do you know how we know that the human body is 80% water? because they've dehydrated a living fucking person and weighed that person before and after. And I think, being the diligent, math-minded Asians that they are, they did that multiple times just to make absolutely fucking sure. The Japanese were right, though. I refuse to comment. You find it odd that people who hear about the gunshot experiments think they were pointless? Gunshot experiments? Which ones? London is only 40% white as of 2023. That's 2023. That's like peak of the Boris wave. Knowing how long you can last in a hole. Oh, with a hole within you, yeah. I mean, it is valuable information, no, Terry. I'm not doubting that. But just the methods by which the Japanese procured those is, yeah, well, more ethically questionable. It would put a rock on a person, shoot them in a place not immediately fatal, and see how long they could stand. That sounds like a very Japanese experiment. Yeah, that tracks. But yes, we had to give, so it got so bad. They got a little lost in the sauce there, trying to unite the 8 corners of the earth under a Japanese rule, that we had to drop the sun on them twice. Yeah, no shit, we gave them a new constitution because the old one kinda went fucky-wucky and caused them to do an oopsie-poopsie in Manchuria. And we kinda didn't appreciate them doing that. Oh, men in the 77th ID died in the desert for experimental training. We did some of the same shit with 77th Infantry Division in the desert by testing how long they could go without a set amount of water. That's kind of fucking cruel and abusive too. And like, both of those things are bad. But at least we didn't boil anyone alive, okay? At least we didn't have comfort squads. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to whitewash the shit that the Japanese did during the Second World War. They were legitimately fighting it like it was just another, I don't know, Korean excursion under Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Like, it's still the fucking, like, it's still the reunification period. Experiments, while cruel, should at least be kept in mind for the amount of knowledge gained. Listen, all of that information was retained. None of it was redacted. Like, we've retained all of the knowledge extracted by Nanasan Ichibutai. It's just that, you know, they really needed to stop. I will remind you that we're still issuing Purple Hearts to this day from the stock that was manufactured in anticipation of our casualties of a land invasion of Japan. Let that sink in for a moment. We still haven't exhausted the Purple Hearts made for a hypothetical land invasion of Japan. So yeah, we gave them we defanged them, and we put a little clamp on their nuts to sort of, you know, get them to chill out a little bit, sit in the corner, think about their behavior, maybe demilitarize a little bit, rebuild an economy that works on something a little bit more productive, not just, you know, pent-up resentment from losing your class privileges as a military nobility. You always hated the people pretending the nuking of Japan was a bad thing. The nuking of... Here's the thing. Nuking someone in a vacuum is bad. Just like killing someone in a vacuum is bad. However, there are usually external circumstances that lead you to having to do something. If you are being mugged, it is objectively okay to pull your gun and kill the person mugging you. In the situation of Japan, in the later stages of the Pacific War, we had to nuke them for 2 reasons. An invasion that was going to include Britain, Canada, the USSR, and we still expected over 1 million in casualties. Yes, not only that, the nuking of Japan saved Japan. That is a thing that people really don't like to talk about, because those aren't people, those are fucking communists. Dropping Fat Man and Little Boy stopped an ongoing Soviet invasion of the archipelago. The reason the Soviets currently hold the Northern Territories is because they've started annexing Japan right as we've decimated their navy. They've already begun a land invasion, and they only stopped. They were already staging an invasion of Hokkaido when the nukes dropped, and they were stopped in their tracks from progressing. If we hadn't dropped those nukes, there would have been another Berlin Wall separating Japan, and anything north of that wall would have been a cultural wasteland. The Soviets would have just gutted the country, its culture, and its people, as they have with the denizens of the Northern Territories. There were people who were forcefully interned and naturalized who lived in the Northern Territories. They were moved into central Russia by the family load. I know that because I have friends who are half Japanese, half Korean, who descend from people who were forcefully interned from the Northern Territories. It is certainly a shame that they chose cities high in Christians as targets. No, that's Crespian. That's not a real thing. I'm sorry. I hate to break it to you. Christianity was not in high regard at the time of the bombings. There was not a significant population of Christians. If anything, you could argue that Kobe would have a higher population of Christians. Historically, back during the Edo period, Nagasaki did have a limited Christian population, mostly due to the Jesuit activity there. But that was mostly stomped out during the Edo period because the shogunate was not a big fan of competing European religions. If you're focused on weird distinctions between civilians, you probably don't know the military component of the targets. Because we wiped out a massive unit of reserves in Hiroshima. Yeah. That is also another component of it. There were two considerations. It could not have been an urban area, due to, on the one hand, a higher density of the casualties and a lot of the blast being consumed by the concrete buildings. That was another concern. Like, it needed to be a show of force, not even necessarily through direct casualties. Christianity came back after the 1850s. No, Hiroshima did have a relatively high amount of Catholics. It would not have been higher than anywhere else in the country. Again, Nagasaki historically had very strong Jesuit roots, but that's about it. And given that most of your foreign populations during the early Showa period, well, basically after Japan's reopening from Sakoku, most of your immigrant populations were concentrated in Kobe. That would have been your highest density of actual practicing Christians. Half decent because of an underestimated terrain feature. Part of the city was protected by raised terrain around the blast zone. I see. But yeah, the choice of targets had to do with the fact that there were viable units that had to be taken out in case a land invasion would still be necessary. Secondary consideration is that they did not want to target an urban center, A, to limit casualties, and B, to make it an effective show of force where there is a gigantic fucking mushroom cloud. And sort of explaining that this is the find out part of the fucking around that they've been doing ever since Pearl Harbor. It was very important to put the message across. It was very important to put the message across that you do not touch the boats. All right, let's continue listening to this.
Time in nearly a century, the soul of Japan can actually be reclaimed.
What the fuck is the soul of Japan? What the fuck are you talking about, you ignorant tit? Kobe supposedly only had hundreds to thousands of Christians during World War III. We're not at the sequel yet, Crespian. Calm down. Again, generally a non-starter. I think you're reaching here, and significantly so. As I was saying, what the fuck is the soul of Japan? Can you define that for me? Because the primary thing that was removed with the occupational MacArthur government is the removal of a militarist government that took over by force in a coup d'etat that they staged against an elected parliament. And the soul of Japan was actually kept intact because we are benevolent victors and we were merciful in our victory. Instead of just flattening the entire country, we basically substituted their military with ours, ensuring their protectorate, and allowed them to recover and funded them under the Marshall Plan, allowing them to rebuild into a Tier 1 economy. So what the fuck kind of soul of Japan has been lost? Excuse me? You really sound like a bunch of fucking people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Now, this, for me, smacks a lot of back when Boris...
They were telling people that we were going to destroy the Grand Shrine in Kyoto as an example. It would have been brutal. The aide to the President of the United States specifically instructed, and well, consulted the President to never target Kyoto in any way, shape, or form. Kyoto is a city that is to this day largely made of wood. And a single spark, a single firebomb would have been enough to just level the entire city. But it was a directive that was expressed to the entirety of the Navy that Kyoto is to never to be touched. Because we can burn Tokyo to the ground twice, because Tokyo, for all intents and purposes, is an administrative and commercial center. Kyoto is the actual heart of Japan. It contains centuries of history and culture, and if we were to damage Kyoto, we would have never had a relationship with Japan after that point. So it was a deliberate decision to never target Kyoto. This was the leadership of Japan was telling the citizenry. Okay. I was not aware of that. It's interesting that the leadership of Japan told that to the citizenry while constantly vacationing in Kyoto during the war because they knew that the Americans are not bombing Kyoto despite having full access to it. Like, again, we firebombed Tokyo twice. We never touched Kyoto as a deliberate decision because we wanted to retain Japan as a satellite that would be obedient, that would be compliant, and that would be useful in the future. And that was a great strategic play. He outright said, "The tools of the let me roll up." Carl Benjamin really stopped caring about knowing what he and the Lotus Eaters were talking about. He outright said the tools of the left are on the table for us to use, and he really meant it. I kind of disagree with that. I feel like his own content usually is of a significantly higher quality. It's just that sometimes he'll just, an odd yab is going to slip through the cracks because they are effectively running a news organization that needs to be on top of the news cycle. I would say 80% of what the Lotus Eaters do is fairly high quality.
Boris Johnson had the supermajority in the United Kingdom back in 2019.
According to the first Japanese bishop in 1929, out of 94,000 Japanese Catholics, 63,000 were from Nagasaki. Okay, but Catholics are not the only Christian denomination in Japan. Even during the Japanese... Well, first of all, it would be interesting to know, because I'm not aware of the military government being particularly fond of alternative religions outside of Shinto. Full religious freedom established in 1889. Crespian, you are entirely missing the military coup d'etat. The Showa government was deposed by the military, and there was a forcefully emplaced focus on both nationalism, and that included a strong shift towards the Shinto cult. That's the thing. Yes, they've moved. They had religious freedom starting with the Meiji Constitution, but the military government was essentially taking over the country and shifting it into a hard pro nationalist, pro militarist slant, and that slant did not include pluralism. And not only that, I'm willing to meet you halfway to say that probably prior to the coup d'etat, there would have been 100,000 Catholics in Japan total. Again, we don't know how many Jesuits, how many Protestants there would have been, because Catholics, I believe, even to this day, are not a dominant denomination of Christians in Japan, however numerous they may be. So you're grasping at straws here. I'm sorry. I'm talking about this from the perspective of someone who used to be a member of of one of those prescribed groups that was spreading militarized propaganda in the Japanese population. Okay, I still have my old memorabilia. It's easier census wise. Again, the census unfortunately does not align with the dates and with the larger sort of the larger zeitgeist of the time that we're trying to base. Not really. Listen, I'm not proud of my youth, okay? Some mistakes were made. I still keep the commemorative sake cup. Terrorism is bad. Militarism is bad, okay? I was there. I know. I did it. I have eaten a Manchurian family. It was wrong to do. I was young. Please forgive me. I was a very spirited Oni at the time, and I was between jobs. You've also seen intentional fuck-ups that they put a bad taste in your mouth. Listen, all fair. Again, they are not beyond reproach. They are not beyond criticism.
And we were in a position where he could have done absolutely anything, and he decided that top of his list of things to do was more betrayal. So it's always something to be cautious of, and especially now, because the other thing is,
this doesn't observe the population changes that in that sense after 29, and where they lived mostly at the time of the strike. Again, a large amount of Nagasaki, even of what was they wanted to destroy, was spared. Yes, due to the terrain differences.
As well, was that actually Sanada Takaichi's party was struggling a lot. It had broken a lot of trust with the public over recent years, and it was beginning to stall, and it seemed like for the first time in the history of Japanese democracy, which is not so extensive.
I was going to say, it's not a very long history.
But it did.
It's actually a fairly long history. They've had an elected parliament ever since the Meiji Restoration. You would know that if you actually knew what the fuck you were talking about. Yes, and it actually ignores that Nagasaki was a secondary target due to the weather. Yeah.
It seemed like actually another party would begin to create inroads and actually would be a threat to the established party. And so Takaichi comes in and she offers some very firm rhetoric on questions of immigration. She comes in and offers, very strong stances on China. Wait,
never mind. Why am I saying that Takaichi did nothing? Takaichi has recently pushed an update to all of the permanent resident visa requirements that have the Chinese and Indians absolutely seething. The fuck am I talking about? I am allowing these idiots to gaslight me. She's already clamped down on inbound immigration.
Just certainly gives lip service to a lot of the anxieties amongst the Japanese population about stagnation of the economy, birth rates, all the things that Japanese voters.
Okay, I'm not gonna point out what I'm laughing at just yet. We're just gonna let this ferment.
Are obviously very concerned about, however, which is why they rewarded her with a landslide.
However, these same concerns and these same problems that pop up all across modern countries and modern democracies are the same problems that are used to justify mass migration, especially birth rates.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was going to say with the last slide, when he says the soul of Japan can be reclaimed, if the soul of Japan was going to be reclaimed, it would be going back to the emperor system, the true essence of the Japanese nation. And
are you sure about that? Because the emperor has divested power from the imperial house, again, in the Meiji Restoration. Never mind that the emperor hasn't governed the country for 800 years prior to that, you ignorant horse-faced slut.
Yuki Mishima, really the last example.
Ah, yes, Yukio Mishima, a seething, embittered nationalist who hasn't worked an honest day in his fucking life, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, a fucking spendthrift who died broke by the hand of his fucking second, who was also his gay lover. A fantastic, fantastic fucking pillar of moral character. Definitely a good reference point for Japanese history.
Of a man that embodied the Japanese spirit. He committed
Absolutely the fuck not, he didn't.
seppuku, which was suicide, which was window dressing for the fact he wanted to die. You know, he
Catamite moral decay, essentially.
said, he had this quote, and he said, Japan has lost its spiritual tradition. And
That description was certainly a ride. Every word that I have said is a fucking literal truth about Yukio Mishima. This is why I laugh at Mishima-tards so fucking hard. The thing is that he, while an intelligent man, was undereducated and was very, very knee-jerk. He was grasping at a culture that was slipping away, and he was upset. You're a gaijin who is Mishima. Yukio Mishima is a writer, considered one of the golden age writers of Japan. A lot of his writings are sort of musings on the Japanese spirit, mostly couched in sort of the post-war depression. He was very much along for the ride for the emotional roller coaster of the doctrine of Sun and Steel. He very much drank the Kool-Aid of Japanese supremacy, and then he had to reconcile with Japan ending up losing the Pacific War, and he sort of was looking for things to blame for it. Well, it's because the modern men are so effeminate, and they do not pursue the purity of the purity of spirit in their day-to-day pursuits. And while it is very appropriate to make fun of the MiG-15s, it's kind of he's a less gay Nick Fuentes, very slightly less gay. And I say that knowing full well that he had a homosexual lover. But it was totally not gay, because if you misread the Hagakure enough, if you misinterpret the Hagakure hard enough, then it wasn't even really gay, because they said no homo after sex. Thank God someone else calls them MiG-15s. Listen, I'd call them something more descriptive, but we're still on Twitch. Wild to say when the Japanese Imperial Army was the most fanatical one. Well, there's a reason why they were fanatical, because there was a very frickin' BL revisionism, basically, yes. And Yukio Mishima was a big offender in that particular regard. Again, brilliant writer. He was a son of a wealthy merchant. He wasn't even derived from an actual military background. He was just hard LARPing on Maine as a samurai in an age where Japan was actively demilitarizing as part of reassessing their role in the world, because the disgraced military class has involved them in a world war and ended up with having to receive the sun on their surface twice. So there was a lot of soul searching being done, and Mishima was in that space of trying to rationalize it, and he just led himself to a lot of very dark places. the OG LARPer, pretty much, yes. He even had a lot of those cringy fucking posing shirtless pictures with no real context for it. Like, he's never seen combat. He was barely trained in any form. I believe he did boxing recreationally, but he was just a fucking LARPer. That was all he was. And, like, in order to seek the pinnacle of manliness, he decided to fucking kill himself because he probably understood that, like, I'm sorry, the LARPing has run its course. There's nothing else for him to do. Speaking of the Emperor, the bloodline of his personal horses is still held and maintained in Japan. That tracks. Yeah, the Japanese are very good at maintaining stuff, so I find that very easy to believe. But so the fucking ignorant bint with a cringe fucking pagan Thor hammer on her fucking iPad Pro doesn't really know what she's talking about, to the surprise of no one. The soul of Japan is not actually in uncontested imperial rule. Japan has not had uncontested imperial rule. Oh, I would guess from somewhere about the fucking Muromachi period. I think the Yayoi period is actually the last time the emperor had, like, uncontested... No, not the Yayoi, sorry. Heian. During the Heian period, technically the imperial house still had uncontested operational rule of the country. Does no one remember the fucking shogunate? Anarchist, that would require a baseline understanding of what the fuck you're talking about. And this panel is actually painfully lacking that. So that there's a video of the guy giving a speech and then Minecrafting himself? Yes, that's Yukio Mishima. That's Yukio Mishima, who picked his gay lover as his second, because during a seppuku you are supposed to have a second, because otherwise you just kind of bleed out and die. It's kind of painful and miserable, and you shit yourself, and it's generally very undignified. So the formal protocol, every swordsmanship school has its protocol for seconding a ritual suicide. I've learned my school's protocol. I believe it to be the correct one because just from a physics perspective, it makes more sense. But I digress. One day when I figure out full body tracking, I may even demonstrate it. But it's referred to as kaishaku. He's better than Nick Fuentes because he stopped himself from talking. No, he's less homosexual than Nick Fuentes because he at least understood the importance of being physically fit. He failed miserably? Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking did. So, Yukio Mishima committed seppuku, and his second, his kaishaku, fucked up the decapitating strike, because during a formal protocol, you are supposed to sit down, you tuck your clothing underneath your knees. You usually have a little itty-bitty hidden stool to sort of prevent you from unraveling. Usually your legs are going to be tied together as well. It depends on, there are some details there. Some say that a butt plug was involved in order to not sour the experience by you shitting yourself while disemboweling. And you were presented with your ritual dagger, and Aikuchi usually, with a shot of sake, a piece of daikon. And if you were of an educated persuasion, you could also recite or spontaneously recite poetry if you had sufficient verbal intelligence to do that on the spot in the correct syllable count. That was always permitted. But you take a shot. You bite down on the daikon. You take the ritual dagger. You cut your artery, you cut your neck open, and as you bleed out, you are supposed to cut yourself across from the left to the right. You want to know if someone ever managed that H cut. The H cut was one of the how should I put this? It was one of the more sophisticated ones. Usually a simple the cross was the aspirational one, although not frequently practiced. I believe Mishima just did left to right across. The proper sort of accepted standard is left to right across, turn up, turn down. And you are supposed to sort of ride the adrenaline from the initial cut to be able to do it. To be able to do that, and that would be considered a proper disembowelment. And on the downward swing, your kaishaku is supposed to decapitate you in a manner where he severs your spine, but leaves the flab of flesh that is on the front of the neck intact, so that your head does not go rolling off to the side, as it's considered to be unsightly. So therefore, a kaishaku is supposed to be a very skilled swordsman who is able to both be he's supposed to have a good handle on his nerves, because it's like a very important kind of, moment of the thing kind of situation. And it needs to be someone that you can trust to make such a precise cut, like on a human frame. So, and Mishima kind of fucked up because it took something like 6 or 8 swings of the sword to actually finally put him out of his fucking misery. It takes a very good cut. It takes a cut with a good sword, and it generally takes knowing what the fuck you're doing. Yeah, he kind of got English executionered. Kind of, yeah. Under normal circumstances, if your kaishaku messes up the decapitation, he is supposed to disembowel himself. Being gay, he didn't. He pussied out. Typical. Yeah, I know. So, evoking Yukio Mishima and calling for the return of imperial rule that actually did not happen in anything even approaching relevant Japanese history. That's very funny. It is very funny that you demonstrate that you know so little about the subject that you reference Yukio Mishima as a fucking moral guiding light, and you call for imperial rule, which didn't fucking happen since the fucking Heian period. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Instead has become infested with materialism, and Japan is under the curse of a green snake. There is a green snake in the bosom of Japan. There is no way to escape the curse, and what he was talking about was the legacy of American imperialism. Japan will always be...
Oh, I'm sorry, what was Japan trying to do in Manchuria and Korea? And in Guam and and across the Pacific? What was Japan trying to do? Were they? I'm sorry. What was the Japanese military called? Can someone remind me, Onitocho? I believe it was something to the effect of, oh, I don't know, the Imperial Japanese Navy and the Imperial Japanese Army. But it's American imperialism bad. But when we fucking boil the Chinese, that's based. Good night, sort of a demon. Thank you for checking in.
Democratic now, and that sort of nationalist spirit that Japan...
It's democratic now. Never mind that it was also democratic prior to the military coup.
Is now lost, and you see this with this new party that could bring back the old ways and bring back the Japanese spirit.
Which fucking old ways, you ignorant whore? Which one of the old ways do you want to bring back? Because there's like 6 different ones. Fuck.
But they never will.
Well, this is really the thing, though, isn't it? That all a country should aspire to is to be the most authentic version of itself. It shouldn't, the success of a country or the prosperity of the country.
Yeah, you know who had that chance? The fucking Japanese. When we Marshall planned them to the effect of, I don't know, the fund. How much Marshall Plan funding did they receive? I feel like we've definitely allowed them to be their most genuine self because they never had to spend on a military, and they had 6 decades of us defending them against external threats and just letting them build up one of the biggest economies in the world. Like the time period when the samurai had nothing to do, and the less scrupulous ones would just cut down random peasants. There's some truth to that, not as frequent an occurrence as you would think, but yes, on occasion that would happen. It had less to do with just cutting down random peasants. It had to do with, a feudal structure that viewed the peasants as inherently lesser than, and they were technically the peasantry in Japan up until the Meiji Restoration were just serfs who were tied to the land. They weren't even allowed to travel between different prefectures because they were considered to be sort of property that is attached to a specific area. Are we bringing back the shogunate? You volunteer to work for any daimyo who hires you as an arms dealer? Big same. The good old days. Wild thought. Capcom made what turned into a series of a game that started in 1943. It's called 1943. You play as an F-38 Lightning, sinking real Japanese ships with real Japanese ship names. Okay. Continue your thought.
Country, or the value of a country, should never be measured along the lines of just presupposed liberal pride.
You just can't get over that. Again, the Japanese will just sometimes do things. Again, you need to also understand, like the attitudes of Japan about the war are very complex because they're not very. How should I put this? There is an understanding of actions and consequences. The Japanese are a silly little guy. You like them. Yeah, same, big same. The human population of Japan is very nice. As an Oni who had to coexist with them for quite a while, I'm quite fond as well. But the thing is, the Japanese don't directly criticize their rulers. However, they do ascribe happenings, including natural disasters, to be consequences of a ruler who violates the mandate of heavens. And a very similar attitude is expressed towards the military party that overtook Japan and sort of formed the militarist movement and got them involved in a war. Because the militarist junta, that was basically comprised of embittered heirs of military houses who were now sort of disgraced, defunct, and bankrupt, who were just generally lost their privileges under the Meiji during the Meiji Restoration, and wanted to reclaim relevance for themselves in the country, sort of proposed a plan. They've pitched an idea to the people stating that we are going to unite the 8 corners of the world under Japanese rule, that we have the mandate of heaven, and that we are to exercise the doctrine of sun and steel. And everyone said, okay, cool. That sounds like a cool plan. We're going to participate in that because, we're Japanese subjects. The emperor seems to be mostly on board with that just because Emperor Hirohito was just didn't have opinions of his own. He's not a very powerful leader, as all Japanese emperors are. They're not they haven't been directly involved in the politics of their country for like 10 generations, so not entirely surprising. He just sort of sits there and nods. Yeah, I think that's a cool idea. Maybe we can try that. And they try that, and they lose their entire fucking navy. The marvel of their navy, the IGN Yamato, is very, very rapidly converted into the world's shittiest submarine. And then they get the sun dropped on them twice, and then they are occupied by a hostile force that could have done way worse to Japan. We could have been significantly less benevolent victors. But and the Japanese population sees it as a direct consequence of the military government's actions. Oh, you fucked around, and we all found out on your behalf. We no longer like you, wartime Japanese government. You kind of suck. And in that context, it's actually fully fine for a Japanese company to make a game like 1943. Because for them, that's a different Japan. That's a Japan run by the military party. That is a Japan that is ruled by a coup government. We didn't vote for these assholes. And that's for them, it's fine to make that sort of juxtaposition. That's why they're not too eager to sort of, kowtow to people forcing them to like apologize for Manchuria and whatnot. Like, yeah, they say, yeah, the Imperial Japanese Army did bad things. The Imperial Japanese Army no longer exists. The government who was in power at the time also doesn't exist. And I really don't see how that is relevant to me and why I should feel bad about that. It's actually a very healthy attitude. It's like when someone tries to shame you for being a white American for slavery ever happening, you just respond with, well, slavery isn't happening anymore. You weren't a slave. No one alive today was ever a slave. And I've never owned slaves, and I'm pretty sure that my family has never owned slaves. So you can go fuck yourself.
Been thrust on them, by an outside power. So as we go through here,
you've met 2 escaped slaves. Kind of cool. They were illegal Mexicans.
and talk about this article. Says that Prime Minister Sano Takaichi won overwhelmingly in the number of social media videos views during the recent lower house election campaign, which may have contributed to her party's landslide win. Now, one of the things that I want to point out about this is the fact that this goes a long way into what we're seeing becoming more and more, where people talk about, they say this about us in the United Kingdom, don't they, about the fact that we're terminally online and that, Restore only appealed to terminally online people. Well, the distinction between online and offline is only diminishing as, newer and newer generations come along. They grow up with the technology. They're not actually having to adapt it to, older ways of thinking and older ways of
I've got to say, I do think that that's a tragedy. Because I think that online social media addiction is one of the great curses.
It's absolutely
of today. But you are right that this idea that simply by being popular online that you're kind of appealing to an ephemeral trend that won't translate into real life, behind, hopefully, dead internet theory notwithstanding, behind most accounts there will be a real person.
Absolutely.
It's not all bots. Everybody who's unpopular or has a bad reaction to something at any one time wants to claim bots. That's not always the case.
I mean, crying bots is a very lazy response to things that you don't like. But again, the larger point is still fucking wrong.
No,
you need evidence for that.
And
it has translated into real life results.
And when you're on the screen, you forget that, the people you're engaging with online, the people you're getting likes on your tweets from online are real people. And there seems to be a tendency when we look at a screen, we sort of take the humanity away. And we pretend it's not real life when in fact it is a representation of what people hold.
Absolutely.
Opinions.
Well, whether they're voicing it from, having a chat with a neighbour or voicing it online, the concern is still the concern, right? Irrespective of how it's being aired. And as it points out here, a study from Senkyo.com political information website found that about 90,000...
You doubt Fuentes is botting, but they are 90% brown. Not entirely wrong. Probably very correct.
Some videos have been posted during the lower house election campaign to YouTube and were viewed to a total of 2.8 billion times, which was a tenfold increase over 2024. when a similar election was held. It also goes on to say that among individual politicians, the study found that the videos of Takaichi were watched a total of about 450 million times, which was by far the largest number, and only...
Are all of those views on native social media that belong to the LDP, or were those just, people endlessly reposting and then mistranslating things that she says? Because that was also a big thing amongst pretend Japanese Twitter. Colonel Otaku Gatekeeper and Kuma Shun and I forget, one of those dudes follows me, and like all they do is post disgusting bait. Like, are we including those people who just blatantly misrepresented everything in the numbers? We just had Kurenai die for the first time. That's unfortunate. I mourn your loss. I hope you can recover for a reload. 10-minute squad in arena. The AI hard focused on her. You are deeply offended, I see.
About 20% of those videos were posted by the political parties or individual...
Oh, okay, so there's a percentage of those
candidates, with the remainder being from so-called third parties. And so one of the trappings that comes with this is, of course, the fact...
Okay, so it was 20% first-party postings, and then 80% was everyone else.
The fact that if a lot of this video material that is coming online via, Zoomer edits and just, little infographics and things being mocked up by third parties, then this can have quite a dramatic effect on changing the strength of the discourse and the strength of the messaging. And so you might portray them as more radical than they actually are in order to attract votes to them. And so it's constantly this thing, the actual campaigning is being done online and not necessarily by the parties themselves. And so there will naturally be a bit of a difference between the messaging of the party and the messaging...
Now that I think about it, I think I might have mixed my Japanese authors for a moment there. I need to quickly check what was Yukio Mishima's background. Yukio Mishima, Japanese writer and playwright. Give me that early life. Japanese writer, playwright, actor, martial artist, model. Considered one of the most popular early life. Born January 14th, 1925. His father was Azusa Hiraoka, a government official in the Ministry of Agriculture, so well-to-do. His mother, Shizue, was a daughter of a 5th principal in the Kansai Academy. Okay, so was a scholar of... his father was a scholar of Chinese classics, and the Hashi family has served the Maeda clan for generations. Mishiba's paternal grandfather was the 3rd governor general of the Karafuto prefecture. Okay, so he doesn't come from a merchant background, but he comes from a wealthy administrative background, which I'm sorry, I'm going to double down on the fact that he was born with a silver spoon in his fucking mouth.
Of the supporters. And
I've accidentally mixed in some Osamu Dazai in his biography.
This is
equally fucking miserable, both being very potent cautionary tales. So, listen, if I disagree with Yukio Mishima, I'm not going to say, oh, never read the bad cringe Japanese man. No, absolutely read the cringe Japanese man. I am actually currently reading one of Mishima's later books. I believe the Understanding of the Samurai Spirit, or something to that effect. I need to look up the exact title. Read Ningen Shikaku, No Longer Human. Read both Osamu Dazai and Yukio Mishima, if for no other reason than to be prepared for be aware of the dark places your mind can take you and how to navigate it better than they did. Yukio Mishima and Osamu Dazai both are very important cautionary tales, not examples, not examples to follow, okay?
One of the things that we've seen here, where actually Takaichi, and I'm not saying she's a terrible politician or anything of the kind, what I am saying is that I think that a lot of the videos and things that get put about on X have made her sound a lot more radical than she has actually portrayed herself as being.
Of course.
Well, if you had bothered to actually fact-check things that she says and not just believe the caption, then probably you wouldn't have had that image thrust upon you.
One of the other points to take from what you were saying there is just to acknowledge that what that means is that the social media companies have an insane amount of power and influence over elections, and when a lot of these videos are being produced by third-party sources, the question becomes, are these independent sources or are they more organized? And if they are more organized, the question has to be, what benefit do they get from portraying these people in such a way? Is there financial interest?
Well, I mean, at the time, it was actually very fashionable to portray Japan as becoming rapidly based. And that was the red meat that was very popular on Twitter. And that's why that kind of media was very readily proliferated by large English language channels.
Backing this, is there an interest in appealing to a more radical section of the voting population where you're not intending on following through on how you're portraying it?
Absolutely.
And voters, they tend to be far more radical than the parties themselves. I mean, you see that in Britain with Reform, for example.
Photos tend to be more radical than the parties themselves. I'm sorry, that's not a sentence that makes internal sense.
Absolutely.
Its base is far radical. They want remigration, but the party will never deliver on that, and they're far tame. So you get the voters hyping the party up. Same with Trump.
But here's the thing. Like, Reform never promised you remigration. That was the big complaint about Reform on every turn, that they were gun-shy about promising remigration. That is the big complaint about them now.
Saying, oh, if Trump's in power, he'll do this, he'll do that. He's got a secret plan. You've got...
Oh, tell me. Please tell me, European person. Please tell me about Trump. Please tell me more about American politics.
Trust the plan. In fact, that's not the reality.
Well,
what's not the reality? Can you elucidate the exact things that are not a reality, or are you just talking out of your ass based on vibes? Is it all just vibes? Because it sure sounds like it's just vibes.
And what's more as well, invariably those politicians are in the political arena in the first place in order that that option is simply taken off the table to make sure that that's not something that voters can actually get. But we can see here from Satsuki Katayama, who's the Japan's finance minister, she said, "We're not imagining a situation where our society will be like European countries, but that Japan is open to welcoming a few good people." And she also spoke about her two...
Yes, which has been Japan's long-standing immigration policy, by the way. If you have enough money and you meaningfully contribute to society in very small amounts, you are allowed to come to Japan and naturalize. This is not a new thing. This is not the global homo pushing it onto Japan. Small, measured migration of actual people who are contributing was a thing for the longest time. I know people who have gone to Japan and naturalized. I'm sorry, Russia has an entire university that effectively does nothing other than produce wives for Japanese businessmen.
2 years living in France, saying that even though immigrants from former French colonies speak French, there was still a feeling among French people that they were from a different culture, and that Japanese people feel similarly about people who've come from them. And so there is, right from the top of the ruling Japanese party, an understanding that the plight of Europe is a cautionary tale. And they are, I mean, this is one of the other things as well, isn't it? It could only be done by a truly malicious party that would claim ignorance.
Okay, all true things, but how does this... So, for your larger understanding, the thumbnail to this video was something to the effect of, oh, did Japan fall for it again? Like, the title of the video is literally, is Japan being betrayed?
Of the damages that mass immigration can cause when we have extensive, an entire half a century of evidence right now to point to the fact that actually it's not going to go the way you think. But the numbers are getting pretty scary, to be honest with you. You can see from this article here, says that the number of foreigners residing in Japan as of the end of 2025 reached a record of about 4.13 million, reaching the 4 million level for the first time. And according to data submitted to the Cabinet by the Immigration Services Agency on the 10th, so just yesterday, according to the Immigration Agency, there were about 2.76 million people at the end of the third year of the emperor, that's 2022. And by the end of the fourth year, it was 3.7, and it just keeps going and going. And so actually, they've been taking in about 350,000 foreigners every year, and now they've crossed the threshold of over 4 million.
My question is, you know, if you're a Brit and you want to work...
let me hold that thought for a moment. Let me read up. Who was it? Zoomer Historian was bitching about someone being okay with the Iranian women's soccer team claiming asylum. Like only a few got accepted despite being persecuted, and that was the complaint. And those few got Zoomer saying that Grats on contributing to your ethnic replacement. It's 5 women in legitimate danger. Yeah. I unfortunately, the intellectual majority is incapable of understanding any kind of nuance. That is a big problem that we have to navigate. The vast majority of people is fucking retarded. That is why they need to be deprived of the right to vote. You see, Oni, you're wrong. The Globo Homo is trying to collapse Japan because retards on Twitter said so. Just like how the Jews are big behind everything. Don't you know, Oni? The thing is that the Globo Homo was legitimately targeting Japan. The Globo Homo did legitimately work through the LDP when the LDP was caucusing with leftists under the 2 previous do-nothing prime ministers. The LDP is still the same party who was in power for the last 35 years. All of those things are true. And universal suffrage will fix 90% of the world's problems? Yes, real and true. But to my earlier point, yes, is the LDP at fault here? Abso-fucking-lutely. The key difference here is that the LDP is reverting back to sort of Abe-style nationalism and nativism, or at least they're proclaiming to do so, and they are doing so as a response to the electorate demanding pro-nativist policies, which was reflected in Sanseito gaining a lot of organic traffic. And the LDP pivot, excuse me, I had some carbonated water. The internal pivot that has happened in the LDP is to prevent them being overtaken by Sanseito by effectively caucusing with Sanseito. That is what's being done. So is it the same party? Sorta, kinda, yes. But that same party is also responding to the demands of the electorate in order to stay in power. It's almost as if that's the way the parliamentary system is supposed to work. They're like, oh, you want us to do a thing? And the party that's promising to do a thing is gaining votes? Well, how about we just do the thing instead to stay in power and keep the electorate happy? You can, in fact, just do things.
In Japan, your only route for working in Japan is to teach English.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way, as like a European, you can really do that.
Yeah.
That's wait, roll that statement back.
If you're a Brit and you want to live
over 4 million.
My question is, you know, if you're a Brit and you want to work in Japan, your only route for working in Japan is to teach English.
That's false. That is patently false. That is just nothing in that statement is fucking true. Your only route is teaching English if you have no other qualifications. If you are like an entry level employee, if you were, oh god, let me hydrate before I start explaining this. This is what happens when your primary education about a subject is derived entirely from Twitter. You just end up saying shit that makes you look just giga retarded. As if her unfortunate facial structure wasn't doing that already, but I digress. Wait, I don't need personal attacks. She says plenty of things wrong. I can focus on the substance. Okay, let's. No, that's patently fucking false. As a Brit, you can actually just immigrate on a business manager visa. It's expensive, but you can fucking do it. You can immigrate on a startup visa. If you have a technological startup that makes it through the selection processes of Japanese incubators funded by Japanese corporations, you can just marry a Japanese national. That's also a means of you getting a right to be in Japan. You could also just get a transfer or be hired into a Japanese company, not necessarily to teach English, just for your primary competence. Teaching English is a means of going to Japan for next to no money that's targeted at students. It is a work visa program for early tweens in order to sort of see the world and like do a little bit of work. It is by no means the only way to go to Japan. It's the only way to go to Japan if you have no other marketable skills and no command of capital. Like, I am not an English teacher. I refuse to be an alt on principle. I can move to Japan as a permanent resident within the span of the next 3 months if I choose to do that. Like, I can ask for an internal transfer, be moved to our Tokyo office, and I can become a Japanese resident sort of following the standard process of being legally employed there and paying taxes there. So what she just said is just patently false.
That's the only way, as like a European, you can really do
No,
that.
no,
Their
no.
entire
No, stop fucking nodding. That's not fucking true.
sectors of the workforce, you don't have access. You don't have the right to access.
Yeah, and they have like extremely strict immigration.
I mean, if you have a command of fluent Japanese, or better yet, if you're bilingual in English and Japanese, you can apply for a job at Sony fucking yesterday. What the fuck are you on about?
So how on earth are those numbers so high?
Yes, and the other question that I have is...
The numbers are so high because there are special visa considerations for certain countries, plus they've received a lot of asylum seekers from Turkey, specifically Kurds. Are those good things? Absolutely the fuck not. But please don't lie, because you are discrediting my position on the subject by saying things that are provably untrue and presenting them as arguments.
This new government, have they had chance to implement any policies regarding this yet? And whatever policies they have implemented or
okay, let's see if they get this right.
May be about to implement, hopefully. How long would you expect to see any sort of change in those numbers or reverse? What you want to see in those kinds of numbers is a reversal.
Absolutely, yes. You want to see people being incentivized to leave, absolutely. And so as it currently stands, the ethnic minority block in Japan is at about 3%. And as further down the article in this one here, it points out that according to the result of the latest Asahi Shimbun...
So he just doesn't answer the question. He doesn't know what are new policies. And I will tell you what the new policies are. They've increased the fees for permanent residence visas. They've increased the capital owner... They've increased the capital holding requirements for business manager visas, specifically to clamp down on people being able to move into the country. So that's why trans people that temporarily move to Japan are only there to become teachers? Yes. not just trans people, but just general American weebs. Whenever they go to Japan, they all end up being English teachers because that's just an easy job that you can secure remotely that doesn't really have any kind of entry requirements. Just, be able to speak English and instruct to people who speak none of it. It's called an assistant language teacher position. It's basically a sub full time teaching position, and it has the lowest barrier to entry, and that's why it's sort of the preferred method for people without other marketable skills.
Telephone survey published, this was towards the end of last year, 66% of respondents viewed Takaichi's tougher immigration policies as promising, while 24% expressed concern about them, and 56% said that Japan needed fewer visitors and immigrants, compared
Yes, hard agree.
to 26% who said that the country needed more. And several studies have shown... Now, this is an interesting point as well, that I do want to actually say. This entire article is basically saying, oh, but we shouldn't take those statistics, we shouldn't be too concerned with them, we should naturally just carry on with immigration. It's quite a subversive article.
Okay, but what does the article have to do with anything?
But one of the things it is saying is that several studies have shown that...
Well, so first of all, we're looking at, what is this? Is this an Asahi Shimbun translated article? Asahi Shimbun is a fucking leftist rag. What the fuck do you want? The Asahi Shimbun is the fucking New York Times in Japanese.
Anti-prejudice norms prevail in North America and Western Europe, and that in these democracies people have often had to hide their negative attitudes towards immigration and ethnic minorities because expressing them could lead to formal and informal repercussions against them as private citizens, whereas it's saying that the actual thing is inverted in Japan. But I would just dismiss that on the fact that, because basically it's trying to contain it and saying, well, yeah, we've had this from a poll, but, you know, the figures don't really bear it out, and people are just not being honest. They're actually pro-migration, you see. It's like, okay, why did Senator Takaichi just win in the landslide then? Riddle me that. And they can't really seem to do that.
One thing people forget to mention in relation to Japan is that this...
You wouldn't bother trying to live there because you don't have the skills that aren't common in Japan. Why hire you? Because they can hire a Japanese guy. All correct considerations. Usually you need to go off of things that make you happy. I just selfishly find myself currently in a better place living in Japan. Sorry, fuck, I misspoke. I find myself in a better place living in Texas. Like, I currently enjoy living in Texas. If I stop enjoying living in Texas, I can move to Japan. You could probably apply for a factory job. I mean, you can try. Again, you're going to have to suffer a bit of overhead. Besides cultural incompatibility, if you really liked Japan that much, you still wouldn't bother them much. You just like to stay there. Can't enjoy living anywhere. You can't carry a gun. It's actually a big reason for why I don't want to move. Like, I'm sorry, I'm very used to having personal agency over my life. I really don't like proxying that out to the state, at least not currently. I'm willing to dip my feet into it for like a couple of months a year. I'm willing to visit Japan and have like a summer home there. That's something that I aspire to do. But at the end of the day, no, I want to be a free I want to be a free Oni who's able to keep and bear arms. And like, I'm sorry, Japan in that sense is just a very comfortable concentration camp that you're allowed to come and go from. But nevertheless, I resent the idea of being an imperial subject, and that includes sort of surrendering myself to the powers that be. I resent the idea of that. So I insist on living where I'm currently living for a reason. The pursuit of martial glory definitely lies where I currently am. I can do more with my current circumstances, both in that sense and actually financially. I have more leeway to succeed in America, and I have more potential for success in America than I do in Japan. Can I comfortably integrate in Japan? Yes, I can. I speak the language well enough, with very minimal additional schooling. I can just bring myself to like a full business certification in spoken Japanese. And sort of short of navigating little details of like figuring out real estate logistics and whatnot, like I can integrate very easily with very little friction. I have a social circle there that I'm fairly pleased with. And there you go. Again, but I still choose to not do that.
Spiritually isolationist, like throughout most of their history.
Yeah.
Again, if in the next 3 decades, Texas becomes completely lost to the fucking Muslims, and I have a choice between moving to Florida and moving to Japan, maybe I'm going to choose to move to Japan at that point. I don't know.
They've not interacted with barely anyone outside of Japan. I mean, when Christianity came to Japan, they were the Protestants came over and they said, be wary of those Catholics. They believe in the Pope.
First of all, the Jesuits were the first ones to come to Japan and bring Christianity. You are, again, talking out of your ass because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And once they heard that, the emperor freaked out and just killed all the Christians and then just kicked out all.
The emperor didn't do shit because the emperor did not have personal power of governance over Japan in the time period when the Jesuits fucking came over. God, holy shit. Weren't the Jesuits Portuguese? Yes, they were. Yes, they were. The first Christians who came to Japan were Portuguese Jesuits as part of their exception to forbidding foreign trade. Christianity came with the Jesuits along with the shogunate's desire to buy firearms and gunpowder. Protestantism didn't exist at the time. Yeah, exactly. But the Portuguese were aggressive, subversive assholes. That is true, which is part of the reason why they were purged by the shogunate. The shogunate. This was during the Edo period. The emperor had no executive power for centuries at that time. The shogunate kicked out the Catholics with the help of the Dutch. The Dutch got exclusive trading rights in Nagasaki by the shogun. Yes, exactly. You will never forgive them to introducing Yasuke to the current lexicon. Isn't our only source on Yasuke that Canadian guy who's self-referencing every time he has to provide a source? Kakure Christians. Christokyo would be the correct nomenclature, but never mind. Kakure Christokyo have an impressive history of underground resilience. Well, yes, because they were actively hunted by the shogunate in very much a scorched earth approach. Whenever there was even a suspicion that there was a Christian Jesuit cult in a given village, that entire village would have been just flattened and burned and every fucking resident killed. We actually used the above term. What with the S as God with an S as a multiplier, because that's not a grammatical element that exists in the Japanese language. Not the S, but the rest. Kakure, yes, because it translates directly as hidden. Kurisuchiano, no, because that's a fucking English word. It's not even a Portuguese word. Christokyo would have been the actual nomenclature. Your sources are bad, Crispian. Sorry, I give no ground here. I am a fucking linguist by one of my primary educations. Do not fucking trifle with me. We have one source from the time, and it's literally just some guy saying Oda bought a black dude from the Jesuits because he thought that they painted his skin. Well, again, Kiristian, you can post your sources in the Discord, but I find that suspect. Let's see, Jesuit cults, Jesuits Japan. Let's just see, Jesuits Japan. Iezusu. would be the God Society of Jesus. Can I find Iezusukai Nippon? Just a second. I'm trying to find a source that has a Japanese writing for Jesuits History Foundation, early works, expansion of the order. Okay, 1600s, so we're getting closer. Western Tibet. Oda Nobunaga did buy a random black guy slave because he thought he was neat. That's a very Oda Nobunaga thing to do. No, that's a Chinese writing of it. I'm trying to remember if katakana was even in wide adoption during the Edo period, because the language went through several reforms. Jesuit scholars working for foreign missions, dedicated the Japanese-Portuguese dictionary, Britain, China, Ireland, Canada, Ecuador, Mexico, Northern Spanish America, Philippines, coastal Brazil, post-Vatican. Sent out missionaries to Japan. Early missions in Japan resulted in the government granting Jesuits the feudal fiefdom of Nagasaki. Kakure Christian. Again, like, this is a modern writing, Crespian. Katakana was not readily adapted at that point. I don't think it was. That was not a writing system. Well, it was not a readily adopted writing system at the time. That's a modernized writing of it. Let me try Googling that. Let me see if I have if I just get any primary sources. Okay, Google is reacting to it. Yeah, that explains why whites are so why blacks are so hostile towards Asians. No, there's a different reason. Just a second. Let me try to read the Slopopedia article here for a moment, real quick. So it is that is the modern name. I'm trying to see, because historically it would not have been called that. Kirist. Okay, so they Kristokyo. So they write it with ki instead of ku. That's fine. Hey, so the Jesuits were called the Jesuits were just directly translated as Iezusukai. Okay. Sengoku Jidai, Aichi Momoyama Jidai, Jesuits. Tokugawa Bakufu. So that is the modern word for it. Crespian. They would not have been called that at the time. And I really don't feel like searching for the original term for it. I'll be real with you. But like the thing that gives it away is that katakana was not established as a stable writing system at the time. So did they call them Christians? Yes. The word that they would have, the exact spelling that they would have used for them would have been different. It was they would have either called them by the Jesuit cult that they have observed originally, so they would have called them Jesusukai, or they would have just taken a fragment of like the cult denomination. Has been your favorite Oni stream so far. Why, thank you. Please do not expect a similar level of quality going forward.
All the Europeans, yes. Basically. So throughout their history, they've been completely...
Oh, there we go. Immigration fees in Japan rise sharply 10 to 20 times.
Anti-alien. And that doesn't magically change when you introduce when the American Empire introduces democracy to Japan.
The American Empire didn't introduce democracy to Japan, you fucking loopy bint. Japan had a representative parliament prior to the military coup. The fucking oh boy, the Meiji Constitution specifically established a representative government as one to replace the feudalistic system.
Still, the isolationist spirit still lies within them.
Yeah, I think so, but I think that the Japanese history proves that actually homogeneity is good. You know, when Japan did close its off to the rest of the world for 300 years.
Yeah, and then they fell back militarily and technologically so far that America rolled up in steel ships and told them, you are going to open to trade. And all they were able to say is, well, yes, sir.
Had... basically 300 years of unbroken peace, and how many other countries?
Meet the most insightful way to never scoop again. Litter Robot 5.
I thought
Sakoku did not last for 300 years. They still had trade with the Portuguese and with the East Indian Trading Company. Did they allow people to move into the country? No, did they not. Are they largely culturally and ethnically homogenous? Yes, and that is a good thing. Technically, it was the Dutch and the English that introduced it, not by force. They just kind of saw it and that it was a thing to do during the Meiji Restoration. Exactly. It was part of the self-imposed modernization of Japan, which was actually driven by Emperor Meiji in the rare period in Japanese history when the emperor actually had direct control over the country. The first thing he did was devolve his power to an elected parliament. But didn't you know the national state of man is unaccountable monarchy, and the evil liberals who prevented the world invented voting, perverted the world, and invented voting? I guess they did. Yeah, I forgot that we're dealing with retarded monarchists.
I thought there were a number of civil wars during that period. Well, but I might be wrong.
From what I understand, there were 150 years of civil wars leading up to that event. Yeah. But then once it had all been put to rest with Tokugawa Ieyasu, I think it was. I think that dynasty...
He can't even fucking pronounce the name of the shogunate.
Endured right up until the Americans arrived in the 1860s. From what I understand, I'm sure. Samson's thumbs up.
Yep, Samson's giving me the thumbs up.
I am right.
You are not, but go ahead.
Yeah, the main civil war that they had, I think, was in the 1800s.
No, it wasn't. What the fuck do you mean? The Sengoku period is the most bloody, protracted civil war. The reunification war of the warring states is an entire historic period. What the fuck do you mean? The Bosun Rebellion was over. Oh god. Yeah, well, she's talking about the Bosun Rebellion because her frame of reference for Japanese history is the fucking Last Samurai movie. Oh god, these people are beyond retarded. Holy shit. The Bosun Rebellion was not a civil war. It was a rebellion by a combination of embittered samurai families still attempting to coup the existing government because they were displeased with the modernization of Japan and the dissolution of the feudal system. But it was not a civil war. They were summarily raped by the Imperial Army because the Imperial Army had modern firearms and shit. Boshin was a few years and 10k dead, exactly, because again, yes, you can sort of, it's sometimes referred to as the Boshin War, but it's technically still the Bosun Rebellion, and it mostly consisted of the Satsuma clan attempting to invade the Imperial Palace and then being pushed back all the way into Aizo Wakamatsu, and then that's pretty much it. They were just fucking summarily killed there. I was at the fucking site of the Byakutai burial. I've been at the fucking castle, which was the site of one of the key battles. I was there. People forget that The Last Samurai was not accurate.
And this was the biggest civil war that Japan had.
No, it fucking wasn't. It's really funny because a lot of boomer conservatives and American first groupers want America to be like Japan when it isolated itself, because thing in the 50s and 70s were great guys, aka extreme regressivism. Well, here's the thing. We were not isolated in the 50s and 70s. The 50s and 70s are effectively when American hegemony reigned supreme. When we were actively Marshall planning Japan, it definitely wasn't isolationism. Checks a thing. Oh, the Bosun Rebellion was where Kenshin Himura originated. You love when good fiction is set against historical events, and it's appropriately bloody. The Shinsengumi are also part of the mythos of the Bosun Rebellion because they were key participants in the Bosun Rebellion, because they were a part of the embittered nativist movement who was resisting the modernization of Japan. There's a lot of media surrounding the Shinsengumi, and the thing is, the Shinsengumi were fucking cool. And the principal conflict of the Bosun War is also very funny, because the Shinsengumi, the rebels, wanted to liberate the emperor and protect him from the influence of the dirty Western dogs, in order to protect the imperial family. And then the government forces wanted to protect the imperial family from the embittered shogunate aligned forces. So basically the two sides were fighting over who can protect the emperor better. Again, I've been to a lot of the Shinsengumi-related historical sites. Fuck, I've been to the Shinsengumi graves. Unironically, Sugoi. Suigo? You mean Seigo Saigo? Do you mean him? Forces in the Satsuma Rebellion. Oh, yes, okay. Forces of the Satsuma Rebellion were better armed than the Bosun. It's because he had fought for the emperor and he had a lot of modern firearms. Yes, that's a big component of it. Saito Hajime was a real dude who killed real people with a real sword. You need to reread that series, yes. Hattori Hanzo. Well, Hattori Hanzo there was a real person who was named that.
When Matthew Perry came along, who was this American sailor, and said you should open up your country. So the war happened.
American sailor, fucking admiral of the American fleet, fucking sailor.
It was a war between those who wanted to open up the country and those who wanted to be isolationist.
No. The Bosun War was a war against the Meiji Restoration. It was a war. It was staged by the remnants of the samurai class over the privileges that they were stripped of as part of the Meiji Restoration. That is the core of the Bosun Rebellion. please actually research the shit you're talking about. Like, I have actually physically been to Aizu. I have been to the last stand of the fucking Satsuma clan. It was about how to modernize. To an extent, sure, but the samurai privileges were also part of that conversation. You're not no, like we're having an American Civil War moment here. No, I'm sorry, slavery was never on the docket. It was primarily a taxation issue. Only 5 states listed slavery in their articles of secession. It was about taxes, and the Bosun Rebellion was about the samurai class losing their privileges.
So the Civil War happened in protecting Japan.
Having said that, the people who
both sides of the Bosun War wanted to protect Japan, and they wanted to protect the emperor. Both sides thought that their way of life was the preferred trajectory for Japan, but the shogunate loyalists still maintained that the samurai class should retain their privileges as part of a modernized Japan.
Wanted to open it up were right about one thing, which is that it is going to be opened up. Powers far more powerful than us, i.e. the Americans, have already decided that this is to be our fate, that we are going to modernize, that we are going to do all these...
The fucking emperor decided that! The Emperor Meiji welcomed modernization with open arms. He wanted to modernize. He adopted European military uniforms. He adopted European training standards because he understood how willfully incompetent and behind the times his military was. U.S. Navy showing up and basically showing that Japan was defenseless was a massive shock to the Japanese. Yes, the black ships were a pivotal moment in Japanese history. Modernization was critical to not losing Japan. Correct. It was an adaptation. Sakoku ended to preserve a Japan for the future.
Things. And so there is a cautionary tale against absolute isolationism in there as well, in that it does leave you weak to the force of the outside world, and you can't just exist within a vacuum. However,
well, I mean, and then following that, I mean, Japan very quickly centralized following the Meiji Restoration, and all of the expansionism and imperialism following that was essentially, it was an attempt to
they morphed Dreams of the Fisherman's Wife into mangas. Yeah, pretty much. Listen, Dreams of the Fisherman's Wife isn't even like the most lewd thing produced in Edo period shunga. Like, it goes... Manga hasn't actually moved that far away from its source material. It's really barely different. The only real advancement in manga compared to shunga is storyboarding, which they sort of picked up from bande dessinée. It did bring out tentacle porn. It is a precursor to tentacle porn. That is correct. Hey there, Hypoprint. Thank you for the lurker chicken. But realistically, Japan just learned storyboarding from the French. And just applied that to tropes that already existed in shunga, and then it spun out into manga as a genre.
To claim what they saw as their right to be the hegemon of East Asia.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted Manchuria, they wanted Korea, they wanted China. They also were trying to follow in the footsteps of these great civilizations that had forced them to open up, that they saw as great empires, the European empires, America, which was slowly beginning to expand into a quasi-empire.
Yes, you're also completely missing the point where a military class embittered by the loss of their privileges and by the loss of their financial power directly overthrew an elected parliament through a coup.
Time.
Particularly Britain as well.
Yeah, and Britain. They saw all of that as being admirable, and so they wanted to emulate that as well. And of course, they were bombed out of that during the Second World War. But it shows that they
were bombed out of that. Can you elaborate on that statement? Because that's a fucking pants-on-head ass fucking statement. As a result of World War II, They were Marshall planned into being one of the most powerful economies in the world. The Japanese economic wonder happened as a direct consequence of American involvement with them. What the fuck are you on about?
They are also quite...
Japan exists in its current territorial state solely because of American involvement. We are significantly more benevolent victors than the Soviets would have been. The Soviets would have just made you a fucking... Well, not you. The Soviets would have made Japan a fucking republic. They would have massacred the people, raped the fucking culture, and absolutely made them destitute, forcing them to forever live with the birth scar of communism on them. See any COMBLOC country. We saved them from a fate worse than death and permitted them to stay Japan and to flourish as Japan. Didn't Japan have actual slave colonies in Korea, Taiwan, and Manchuria? They did. They did under the military government, they did. Again, the doctrine of sun and steel pronounced all other Asians as subhuman. But again, that is the military government. The military government came with a mandate of enforcing the doctrine of sun and steel, where Japan has to aggressively expand, and it will do so by seizing the resources in its immediate vicinity, thus expanding its Lebensraum, to borrow a term from their at-the-time ally. And as in the process of doing so, they've subjugated the populations of their neighboring regions. They didn't have slave colonies in Korea. They did bring over Koreans effectively as POWs to do menial slavish labor in Japan proper. Taiwan at the time, not so much. Manchuria was just directly colonized. I don't believe they maintained any slave populations there directly, unless you sort of count comfort squads as as slave populations. But the idea was basically to reinvent the feudal structure of society, where the Japanese military are the sort of ennobled samurai who rule over just a new class of peasantry who they are at liberty to immiserate. Either now or later, you place the link in the general. The Fed is taking comments regarding rules prohibiting debanking of individuals. You really left one? Oh, let's take a look at that. Actually, we're not going to do that on... We're going to look at it on stream. Important reminder to join the Discord to get access to these things. Just a second. Yep. Proposal for comments, rulemaking proposal. So here's the link in chat. They did make Manchu slaves, take Manchu slaves to other areas, but you don't know if slave camps were actually in Manchuria. My understanding is that Manchuria, or Manchukuo, was just supposed to be an experiment in direct colonization for the purpose of resource extraction. Still, not very cash money to do. It was a vision proposed by the military party. It ended up in them being nuked twice, which was, for that reason, basically rejected by the Japanese population. Deathly slavery. Again, very possible, given the attitudes of the ruling military class. There are still ongoing issue with what are referred to as Zainichi Koreans, so who are Koreans who were forcefully brought over to Japan, and after they were sort of naturalized in Japanese society, a lot of them sort of existed in a twilight status because they had no home to return to in Korea, because they had like all ties to Korea tied during their internment in Japan, but Japan wouldn't let them completely naturalize like in full Japanese citizen status, which led to a swelling of an underbelly of Korean-derived organized crime. That's why your pachinko parlors are actually an ethnically controlled Korean trade. And yakiniku is also just, Korean barbecue, but better because it was developed largely in Japan, but originates in Korea.
Influenceable.
Like, the rare case where someone can actually cry racism about Japanese policies 10 years ago would be Zainichi Koreans. It's not black dudes who get profiled by the Tokyo police at 3 a.m. at night and are asked for their ID. No. Like, I'm sorry, you shut the fuck up. When the Zainichi Koreans speak, you fucking listen.
In that sense, yes, we have the words of some of their politicians saying that Europe is a cautionary tale, but at the same time, different factions within Japan are probably going to see what they see as the benefits of migration on GDP and the fact that we're very modern countries and Japan wants to be a very modern country. They see the same problems over here as they're facing there, that being declining birth rates, worries about benefits and dependencies when people get old because of their massively aging population. And they see that and go...
Their massively aging populations stays in the workforce, by the way.
Well, I guess, if that's what the West is doing, and we've always been able to follow the West and their example, then maybe we should do that as well.
So that is a correct sentiment. That was a line of thought that was proliferated for a time in Japan, and it has been summarily rejected now. There were people, the Asahi Shimbun in particular, who was proliferating the logic of line go up, therefore good. That no longer works. That idea has been summarily rejected by the mainstream.
Yeah, and that does seem to have been one of the threats that was arising among the consensus of Japanese politics for quite a long time. That seemed to be...
Wasn't a consensus of Japanese politics. It was the caucus of the limp-wristed prime minister who was then leader of the LDP, who succeeded Abe, and then his successor was also a dickless do-nothing. And now the LDP is just pivoting because they've recognized a demand for a more nativist policy, and good for them.
The trajectory where things are going. However, in answer to your question, Harry, about what, since winning that election, what gestures, what direction does it seem like this particular government are going to make? Well, it says here that as of simply yesterday, the government have approved a bill to significantly raise immigration fees, effectively increasing the cost to renew or change resident status by more than tenfold, and the fee for permanent residency by 20-fold.
That sure doesn't sound like falling for it. It's like when people tell me, "Oh, the fucking orange Cheeto man didn't do anything about the Infinity Indians." Are you sure about that? Are you absolutely fucking sure about that? Did you do your homework? Because I recall him signing an executive order raising the fees for filing for H-1Bs to $100,000. And you know what happened in the same month? Tech sector salaries went up anywhere between 10 to 20%. Indians everywhere were looking for trains to hug to farm maximum izat because they're definitely not coming to the US with that upfront filing fee.
And
quite a jump.
As well as the fact that it seems like there's a Japanese electronic system for travel authorization, which is something that's also going to basically work as a bit of a tariff on foreign tourists as well. And also one thing as well is that there will be a vetting of people before they come into the country, basically criminal background checks, all these sorts.
Not unless they scam their way in. Gecko, for them to scam their way in, someone still needs to pay $100,000 for the visa. That's the thing. Like, does that entirely solve the Indian problem? No, it does not. Like, I maintain that fee needs to be applied retroactively to all active H-1Bs.
Sorts of things.
But it's a start. It's definitely not nothing.
And they are going to try and tighten those sorts of things up. Now, am I suggesting for a second that this is enough? Of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, just looking at the
okay, but is someone suggesting that this is enough, or are we just combating a straw man?
Figures here on the screen in front of me. Under the proposal, fees for visa status changes would jump from 6,000 yen, the equivalent of $38, to as much as 70,000 yen, which would be what, like $450?
suppose.
Cost for applying for permanent residence would climb from 10,000 yen to around 200,000 yen. So that's still...
Yeah, now do the capital requirement for maintaining a business manager visa.
What, just over $1,000? That's like $450-ish and $1,000. That's not high enough if you want to really... although it will be a barrier for the absolute lowest.
Yeah, but that's also a recurring fee that you have to pay every time you renew your residency.
Dredges, you would hope.
Yeah, you would think so. That a lot of the Kurdish migrants who are causing trouble in Tokyo would be,
They're not causing trouble in Tokyo. They're... God. They're causing trouble in Kanagawa.
Yeah, I would imagine
held back by this. Yeah. However, there is also this philosophy that seems to be going through Takaichi's government of well-ordered coexistence as well. It's basically a policy of integration and not, trying to, as we said, provide incentives for people to leave, but rather to make sure that the integration of those who are already there is more tightly done.
It's similar to what you see in Denmark with the Danish, is it the Social Democrats who are in power in Denmark right now, where they've got these policies to try and break down the ethnic enclaves, but what that actually means and results in practically is a dispersal of those communities into the wider Danish community to force a coexistence, to force an integration, which, as we see, anytime forced integration is attempted, unless those cultures are already incredibly similar with one another, imagine the European cultures all going to America, and even then it was quite difficult, you see a huge communal breakdown.
And the other thing as well, just to add to this, is the fact that with the foreign population of Japan still being in the single digits, right? They're not like we are, where it's about 27%, probably higher at this higher than the official statistics are actually telling us. You still have time, Japan, to decouple yourself from the path ahead, because the thing is, if you go down this route of trying to assimilate people into your culture, it won't work. And I'd say this purely out of experience here, where in fact it is the second and third generation immigrants who are by far the most radicalized against your civilization, and if anything kind of have a grudge against their parents for bringing them and raising them in a foreign environment away from their homeland anyway. You will always feel that ancestral route back to where you come from, and you innately know that Japan will not be it, no matter how much...
Here's the thing. I generally agree with the conclusion. The reasoning that was brought in drives me up the fucking wall with how ignorant it is. All you had to do was just not bury the lead. Just stay on the subject of immigration bad. Please don't do that to yourself. That's all you had to fucking do without raising my fucking blood pressure.
Welfare or government spending you throw at the question of assimilation. And the other thing as well is that though immigration is being used right now from what the Japanese government see as a very pragmatic angle of basically offsetting the labour shortages and all these sorts of things, the problem is, of course, that we've had that excuse here in Europe for many, many decades now, and actually the source of that and the way that you do it to bring in immigrants to look after the elderly, well, then they stay and then they grow old and people have to come and look after them as well. And
it's not only that, the migrants that you largely bring into Europe also don't fucking work at all.
On and on it goes. So actually, in going in this path, you set yourself down, committing yourself to it and tying your economy to it so inexorably that it becomes this thing where you kind of immobilize yourself.
But I will say with all of this, with the...
Please, woman, just shut the fuck up. You've not said a thing that's correct this entire segment.
The evidence that you provided me so far, I don't see enough to say that there's any kind of betrayal happening.
Harry is once again on the ball, absolute W, calling out the bullshit and the fucking panicans.
Yeah, obviously she was sold on very big promises on social media. I still don't see anything remotely resembling the kind of massive policy betrayal that we had under somebody like Boris Johnson.
No.
Or that Italy is experiencing under Meloni, who had a similar policy as Boris Johnson to just over the next 3 years in Italy bring in.
Who's the Foyt host? I don't know, and I don't want to know. She seems retarded on just like every metric, from her opinions, from her analysis of the facts that she sources incorrectly, from the fucking Mjolnir, cringe-ass Mjolnir sticker on her fucking iPad. Like, everything is stacked against her. Like, pick a struggle. Holy shit.
In 500,000 legal migrants, mainly from India and Africa, and since 2023 has already issued almost 500,000 visas for people from that same level. And this doesn't seem to be anywhere near that same level. Honestly, I don't really see that much evidence as of yet. Anyway.
See, they should have just brought in Raig Nationalist. He's a better host, and he doesn't talk out of his ass. Can we just give Harry his own show? You don't watch Lotus much, but you don't know. But you know he seems to be the least retarded. They have a number of very good hosts. Him, Bo. God damn it. They have a London City guy, a finance guy whose name currently escapes me. I would say like most of the cast are pretty solid.
Anyway.
And I will also say, it makes complete sense why Japan is introducing these reforms in relation to immigration, because the foreigners that are coming over, even European foreigners, don't speak like a word of Japanese, and English.
Oh, that's actually another thing. They did introduce like a hard requirement for spoken Japanese, for Japanese fluency, in order to receive residency. That's also a very, very big one, and the fucking Chinese are big mad about that.
Japanese being able to speak English is extremely low.
That's incorrect. That's just that's a facially false statement.
So when you have two people that can't communicate to each other, it's going to cause major problems. So it makes sense why they're putting taxes basically on tourists and putting these reforms forward.
Yes.
It seems that this article that we have here is basically saying that, her rise reflects a party still guided by short-term electoral calculations rather than the vision Japan needs. Until that changes, the debate over foreign resident policy will remain reactive, divisive, and ultimately inadequate. And what this sounds like is it's saying that she's not yet put a pin on the question. She's not yet solved the question for all time within Japan.
You know what she did do? She decreased Chinese tourist traffic by 80% this year. I would give her another term just for that.
No.
And as wary as I am of populist parties these days, and as much as I'm aware of
Josh is another one who usually has pretty good takes on the Lotus Eaters.
Populist parties betraying Western countries, I would still say there needs to be time given to Takechi.
Stelios is another one.
Takaichi, I think.
Takaichi, thank you. Before we can say for definite, what effect she's going to have on Japan going forward.
I absolutely agree with that verdict. I think thus far there's no significant signals of betrayal. I think it's simply a difference of expectation. From viral voters versus what was promised in the campaigning. I do think, obviously, things will be done to get rid of the worst foreigners and the people. There is going to be crackdowns on those particular delinquents. But I will just say as well, and there's a reason I've got this final piece up, which is from the Australian National University. It's from the Crawford... Sorry, just scroll to the top again for me, Harry.
Oh, yes, sorry.
That's all right. The Crawford School of Public Policy, which is obviously an Australian university that puts forward public policy. Now, this entire article is basically pleading for Japan to open itself up and say to ignore the fear-mongering, let more people in. In fact, it goes on to say here, Japan's future cannot be secured through cultural defensiveness alone. True coexistence means treating foreigners as community members and equal stakeholders, not merely as disposable labour. It requires investment in language and skills programs, rights protections and civic participation. So what it's basically saying is Japan needs to erect an entire apparatus of legislation and welfare to bind these foreigners to Japan and give them an equal stake and therefore an equal voice. as a Japanese citizen whose family has lived there for thousands. And
again, I am very optimistic, purely because of how hard leftists are seething about Takaichi. I will remind you that her calling a snap election eviscerated the Communist Party. The Communist Party leader stepped down after just being pantsed in the snap election. Rog Nationalist is probably one of the people you agree with most on any Euro dudes talking on environmentalism. It speaks to you a lot. He's one of the few people who talks well on the subject. Held for ads, understandable. Yeah. Listen, I have very rarely seen, if ever, a Rog Nationalist be wrong. He seems to have a very structured approach. He also does not suffer from the typical Anglo seething at the success of America. They didn't even get to ask the incoming party questions because there weren't enough of them. Was that the actual Communist Party, or was that just a leftist party? Because I think the Communist Party got 0 seats.
Thousands of years. And so the only reason I bring this article up is not just to say it's not just to your own politicians that you need to look to, but it's also to the fact that we do live in a global world, and they will look at the homogeneity of Japan. They will look towards its cultural confidence, and they will seek to take that from you, give it to other people who aren't worthy of it and whose birthright it isn't, and they will make things much more miserable for you. So do continue to hold the government to account where you can, obviously, and best of luck with you.
This segment could have been a fraction of its current size, especially without the female presenter just being wrong all over the place. I maintain that black pillars and panicans get the rope. He's also one of the only actual pro-gun Anglos you've seen, not the weird pretend ones. You love to see it. Alright, what is this?
This curry chain has over 20 levels of spice, and I'm working my... This Japanese curry chain has over 20 levels of spice. This sizzling platter...
Oh, sorry about
this
that.
Japanese curry...
I've always walked past Coco just because I'm never in that much of a mood for curry. I'm cool if it's there. But even if I want it, I'll go to a katsu restaurant as opposed to a curry restaurant.
Chain has over 20 levels of spice, and I'm working my way through all of them as far as I can go until one makes me cry. And now that I'm in these higher numbers, I'm realizing this is not fun anymore. Today's the moment everyone's been waiting for. Level 9, 18 times hotter than level 1 and 150 more yen. The roux is getting darker, and the staff taking my order is getting more and more concerned, to the point where now they're clarifying after every order. And that's for good reason, because we've been in the danger zone for 3 levels now. And it's certainly not adding anything. This doesn't even taste like curry anymore. On my first bite, I tasted blueberries, and then a vicious attack. Every unpleasant bodily...
I wonder how hot would the curry that I get golden curry spices that Oni wife makes for me. And mine are pretty much on the spicy side. I don't get the very hot ones, but I get the very obviously hot ones.
The reaction thus far is present, but amplified. Like when you buy your son a 5150 for Christmas when you should have gotten him better guitar lessons. And now you have to listen to an out-of-tune rendition of Seven Nation Army at deafening levels. But in curry form. I'm not sure if I wasn't feeling so good today, but I broke and used our first handicap in order to not waste it. A cup of cheese, which I should have used earlier because not only did it not melt, but it didn't do anything. This is just as spicy. Once again, the halfway point was annoying, but towards the end, it was just miserable. But then I hit some sort of revelation. I think I can
You can't leave rice in the bowl. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to eat the entire thing, man.
do this. I think I can go even further. And since level 10 is a massive jump from level 9, I think this is good practice. I'll be back for level 9 with no cheese.
I'm poop normal, I'm fine. 07. True curry patriot. Can we just stop to appreciate the fact that Japanese curry is just so much better than Indian subcontinent curry? I'm sorry, the Japanese just fucking won. They've beat the subcontinentals at their own game. Total Japanese curry victory. Forever. Now and forever. Blue Sky is done. I mean, never mind that it's Jeremy, so it's going to be very little actual news.
Jeremy here.
Most non-Indian curry is better than Indian curry? True. Literal, we have the recipe energy. No, we have a better recipe energy.
Well, the Jeremy Hambley channel. I hope if you enjoy it, you'll take a second to leave a like on the video and subscribe so you never miss a video. I upload 2 to 3 times a day, at least I try to. when there's enough news, I absolutely do. We've got some bad
Thank you for refreshing your lurker check-in.
news for Blue Sky. Blue Sky, as many people know, has been spiraling, has been circling the drain because it bit itself as.
Well, I mean, the problem with Blue Sky is that it's Twitter but like extra gay. That's all it does. It's Twitter with suffocating moderation. Like it's who gives a fuck, really. It's Twitter if half the time your reply button worked as a block button. That is it. That's all it is. It's not providing a new service anyone really needs.
As kind of the liberal alternative to X. But the thing is, people like to argue. That's just the reality of it. Conservatives can act like they're happy that the leftoid lunatics are gone off X, but they're not. You know, the people on the left can act like they're happier and you know, because they're free with conservatives, you know, not having conservatives clogging up their feet, but they're not. And the reality is, we all knew Blue Sky was an echo chamber, just like Threads, which Facebook pretends and Instagram pretends is a huge success, but only because
75% ads, 15% content, 10% begging the average Jeremy video. I don't think he's begged yet.
they force everyone with an Instagram account to have a Threads account. I don't know a single person on earth that actually posts the Threads. And Blue Sky is even worse. And a new report through Forbes, Wired, and the Blue Sky Transparency Report in a thread put together by Neon on X, it really paints...
Brother, man, please fix your webcam, whatever the fuck you're doing with it. Like, as a serious, like, full-sized content creator with staff, you can't have a worse picture quality than a part-time VTuber, okay?
The devastating truth...
Your fucking webcam has, like, a 30 FPS frame rate. What the fuck, man?
About Blue Sky, and that is, it's probably not going to survive the rest of the year alone.
Your also very obvious condenser mic sounds like a fucking headphones. Like, listen, I like Jeremy. Like, he actually brings news that I'm too lazy to track down myself. Like, I'll unironically watch a Jeremy video on the Quartering channel, but my guy, please, you know how production quality works. You should know better.
Now, I know that Jack Dorsey is super rich, and even though the platform itself probably isn't costing him that much, he might keep it around forever. But the reality is, it's cooked. Nobody's on it, and the only people there are leftoids. And now even the left is complaining that everybody's turning on each other. Everybody's mad.
A platform consists of only leftists immediately has issues with child porn.
Everybody's butthurt, and nobody wants to be there. Blue Sky is seeing users leave after its post-election surge, with many calling it a toxic leftist echo chamber. Daily active users have dropped sharply in 2025, and the platform trails far behind X and Threads. Now, Blue Sky is seeing users leave after its post-election surge, with many calling it a toxic leftist echo chamber. By the way, even Reddit agrees. Even Reddit agrees that the platform is toxic. The constant purity tests. Even leftoids don't want to be around other leftoids. Blue Sky grew to 42 million registered users by late 2025. By the way, you should follow at Neon with a K. By late 2025, after a post-2024 election surge, but daily active users fell sharply, down nearly 40% year over year. That's just through 2025.
I'm sorry, this is just not interesting. Like, I'm not going to listen to how water is wet for 10 minutes. Habitual line crosser video. I was looking forward to watching this myself, but it's good that I find that in my recommended. So let's take a look.
American forces have already been worn down. And you see the leaders over there, everyone, they want a ceasefire. Well, they will not get any from Iran.
Did you really ask for a ceasefire? Well, I mean, technically, yeah. Kind of in the same way Mad Dog Mattis told the Iraqis way back when
don't fuck with me or I will kill you all. Same principle. I was just like, hey man, look, you guys are losing your ass out here. Let's just cut to the chase.
Can I just stop killing you?
You guys capitulate. We go on from there. And no one else has to, meet their god. If we stop shooting at them and I still haven't got to smoke an aircraft, I'm burning this whole motherfucker down. Kid, I'm going to be honest with you. At this point, I'm wondering if someone at the Department of War watches my videos and they're just doing it for the lore at this point. I just said at this point twice. But anyways, the point still stands. No, this is getting stupid, man. The nerd got some. The old man got some. Grandpa Buff got some. Like, hell, even Patriot got some. We sank a ship with a fucking torpedo. It hasn't happened in 80 years. I've been around for less than 30. This is ass. We tried to be cool with people. We other boats figured it the fuck out. I mean, after we smoked that one. There's right now unconfirmed reports.
Even Buff got some.
That there was an individual on that ship who said that we tried to tell them to stop and surrender several times before we did it. They should have fucking stopped. You look like a giant metal wiener with canards. I'm not taking anything from you. Yeah, no, I understand you're pretty mad.
All I want is my F-22 to finally have some action.
Heard about the circumstances. It was pretty cool watching that shit happen. There's a couple of Aussies on board that, fuck, that's hard to say, on board that submarine. And, fucking hell, they just blew out the back of an enemy ship, and it was like, all right, let's buy some more Mark 48s. Damn. Hey, Jesse, you having a stroke or something? There are certain days that I wake up and some accents evade me, yes. Well, on the plus side, glass half full type thing. The fact that I didn't go out there means that they didn't have a chance to shoot at me. Now the F-15's 104 and 3. Kid, I've always been fucking nice to you, but how about you shut your mouth before I fuck it? Look, man, still a great record. I'm pretty sure it's still the top combat aircraft on the planet. But, a win's a win, a lose is a lose. I don't care what your little trash panda's throwing in your ear, but that doesn't count, okay? That's like somebody sneaking into your hangar and popping one of your tires. Does that mean that they are now 1-0 against the F-22? Hell no. I was over friendly skies and friendly area. I wasn't trying to evade anything, and some dumbass Kuwaiti shot me. This is something I actually have to explain. When it first came out, CENTCOM, of course, stated that it was an air defense system. Now, you could probably stretch that enough to say that it was an enemy F-18. Well, friendly F-18 running DCA or defensive counter-air. However, the more I look at it and I actually see the videos, it looks like an F-18 is in close proximity within visual range. I didn't see them actually get engaged, but the engagement style and the hit does make sense. Let me put this in perspective for you. When Patriot engages something, you have a more or less 3,000-pound telephone pole traveling at Mach fuck, and it targets the cockpit. As far as I know, there are 0 credible reports in history, including some fratricide incidents as well as Ukraine, where an enemy pilot or a pilot in general survived a Patriot engagement just because of the way it engages. I'm not saying it's beyond reasonable doubt, but it's unlikely. Plus, the jet that I saw going down was in a flat spin. It looked like it was hitting the tail. Patriot's not going to aim for the tail, and it's a proximity warhead for PAC-2s. It's hit to kill for PAC-3s. That plane would be in several pieces. The more I look at this, if it was hit by Patriot, it was a flyover that they engaged as a cruise missile. It's possible, but that would still kind of disintegrate most of that aircraft. As for an F-18 using like an AIM-9, that would have caused the amount of damage that we've seen. The fact that the F-15s didn't dump flares and chaff, I don't know. Maybe they didn't have their radar warning receivers on. I don't know all the details there. Can I get a hit? Oh, bedtime, huh? Y'all, read the room, man. Where the fuck are we? America, did you really have a protest in New York City that ended in someone throwing an IED into the protest? Yeah,
anti-Islam protesters, and I don't know if they're just against Islam or Islamist extremism. Same thing if you ask me. That may be kind of a racist joke, but at this point in time,
Islam is not a race. We do not subscribe to the idea of the Ummah.
With everything going on in the U.S. as of late, I think a lot of the American public are figuring out we can't really tell the difference between non and extremists.
Perhaps because there's no difference.
Yeah, so they threw it into their two guys that were arrested. Their names are something 9/11-y. I'm not sure. What do you mean? That was an isolated incident, correct? Oh, God no.
I mean, isolated incident after, the isolated incident with the Boston Marathon bombing, an isolated incident with a dude shooting up a bar in Austin, an isolated incident with a dude running down a Mardi Gras parade. It's a whole shit fucking ton of isolated incidents, all involving Muslims somehow.
No, we had...
And, like the entire state of Minneapolis, the entire city of Dearborn. They were not antis, they were pro-immigration. What do you mean? So the core protest was anti-Islam. That was I forget the name of the guy, but like he is an anti-Islam activist. He had an approved pre-coordinated anti-Islam protest, and then there were counter-protesters, and among the counter-protesters were the two Muslims who threw an IED.
To evacuate part of the airport in Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, there was also that one, yeah.
Due to a credible bomb threat. We had the IED in New York. We had the shooting in Texas with a guy quite literally wearing a hoodie that says property of Allah. It's not a hard stretch there. And then very recently, oh shit, what was the other thing? The dude on the plane. Oh shit, I guess that really doesn't narrow down Islamist extremism. The recent one on the Southwest flight.
He did throw the bomb next to the counter-protesters, which is kind of funny. I mean, you would expect someone that soy to not be able to make that throw, so it's not entirely surprising.
Oh yeah, Buff. We had that Southwest flight that had to make an emergency landing due to a credible threat. There's videos of them like scooping the guy off of there. We don't know exactly what he said or did at the time of me recording this. Look, there's been a lot of talk about...
Couldn't get humorous timing any better in that one video of the Islam guy using the protester as a springboard as he's actively trying to say the commie gobbledygook.
About racial profiling and stuff like that. And I don't think people fully understand the power that like a ship or a plane captain has. You can detain somebody without trial for an extended period of time, at least till you get somewhere they can face trial. You can incarcerate people. You can marry people, divorce people. Like, you are judge, jury, and executioner of that flight and or ship. Not to sound Islamophobic, but it appears that those people, those bad actors, don't necessarily mesh well with Western values and opinions. How do you think I feel? I've been opposing them and protesting extremism for 20 years, except I do it the farthest thing from peacefully.
We know. Now you have taken responsibility for the strike on the little school full of children. How could you do that, America?
As far as I am aware at this time, CENTCOM has said that was a missed shot by us. I know previous reports were saying the IRGC took responsibility for it. There's a lot in the fog of war right now, but at the time of me recording this, the U.S. said, hey, that's our screw-up. And I admit to my screw-ups. Okay, pop quiz I ran. How many places in the Middle East have you bombed where you have hit nothing but military targets?
All of them, because your military is everywhere.
Except that's not fucking true.
We have videos of your Shahed drones bouncing off of giant buildings that are nothing but hotels and apartments. I'm sure there are some Americans and Israelis that live in those apartment buildings.
Step 2 in extremism. It follows the same line that it has forever. Step 1, you beat your chest, saber rattle a whole bunch. Step 2, you start getting your ass absolutely kicked, so then you start playing the victim and trying to find anything to justify the atrocities that you're completing.
Another 1,000 rockets for Dubai.
Just important to remember to everyone trying to wade through this bullshit, and don't get me wrong, I got by an AI image very recently. It was really, really good.
The fog of war is very thick, but one side is actually admitting to anything they've done wrong.
Ah, the other side just keeps fucking dying. Which Ayatollah are you guys on now?
We are only on our second. The other two that you killed, they were interim. They haven't been voted into office yet.
Who is it?
Like I'm going to tell the likes of you.
Why won't you tell me? Is it because they keep dying?
War used to have honor. The entire time we fought the United States in World War II, they knew exactly who was in charge in Japan. And you just hide who's in charge because you know Uncle Sam will come a knocking. You don't know anything about what we're doing. America, we don't want to tell you because it is a secret, and they are in a secret bunker in a secret location, and they are making secret plans to use our secret weaponry because we know that we have wasted all of your interceptors in the area, and we're using only the ones that can get through now. We will be shooting less missiles, but they will be doing more damage.
Save all your good munitions until you're about to collapse. I don't remember reading that in The Art of War.
That's because they are secret.
We already know who he is because they're using unencrypted comms. Have they finally caught on to the fact that Zoom meetings are actually a very unsecure means of communications?
Secret.
Okay. Let's make this simple. Are you gonna surrender?
The nation of Iran will never surrender to you or your allies, the Kurdish fighters.
That's fair. You know, them Kurdish fighters, they don't really have a lot of support by themselves. So we're willing to support.
Gonna make the highway of death. Look like a fucking tea party.
And while we're providing close air support...
Wait, are 810s still in service?
Buff, do me a solid. Break their back. Take out the oil.
Ah, this brings me back. Well, like that quote from, what is that, Super Troopers. Drop your socks and grab your toes.
Time to show you where the wild goose goes.
810s still fly? You love to see it. Still 30 to 40 still in service. What is it? Like the Marines really like them, but the Air Force doesn't like having to maintain them? I don't know if they're in the Middle East. Give me a second. I spilled a little bit of tea all over my desk, and now it's all wet and yucky, and I need to wipe it off. I kind of don't want to do any more React slop for today. I know the superconductor shit is we can have one more slop, okay? Like one more piece of slop. Okay, you either get Cuxtony getting blown out or Nux reacting to someone also being stupid. I'm gonna give you a vote. Let me get my stream manager up. There we go. Let's run a poll while I go and while I go fix my mess. Slop. Cuxtony. Nux. There we go. No, 5 minutes is way too much. Here's your 1 minute voting poll. Does not need guidelines. I can't say Cuxtony. That's funny. There we go. It's funny that the auto mod prevents me from doing that. I'll be right back. really? Nux wins by 2 votes? Okay, if you say so. Which is a shame. Like, Destiny realistically fucking just gets blown the fuck out at his own game. Well, Nux it is then.
Just in, the Washington Post claims Saudi royal prince Mohammed bin Salman made private calls urging President Trump to attack Iran while publicly calling for diplomacy.
That's the most MBS thing ever. Yeah. They just do be like that.
Oh, dude, that's crazy, dude. Oh my God. So the the Saudi Arabian prince, he's like, we need peace, diplomacy, and then he calls Trump, kill the fuckers, kill those bastards, they're evil. Oh my.
You'll watch after the the other after stream then, long shift, understandable.
My God. Obama says, let's negotiate, I will blow shit up. Biden says, let's negotiate, I will blow shit up. Trump, I will blow shit up, let's negotiate. Nah, dude, it doesn't work, it's insane. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but this has actually been a very, very, very long time battle. People don't know anything about the Sunnis and the Shiites. People in the United States don't understand that the biggest killer of Muslims is other Muslims. People don't know that this has been going on for a very long time. This is the Saudi prince saying this years ago.
I mean, it's less about Sunni and Shia. It's also about the fact that the Saudis just want to, be generally normal, just have hookers come to their country so they can shit on their chest in peace, and then they can buy a gaming franchise they really like. And they really don't like being neighbors with Iran, who's fucking insane.
Iran is not a rival to Saudi Arabia. Its army is not among the top 5 armies in the Muslim world. The Saudi economy is larger than the Iranian economy. Iran is far from being equal to Saudi Arabia.
But I've seen that you called the Ayatollah Khamenei the new Hitler of the Middle East.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because he wants to expand. He wants to create his own project in the Middle East, very much like Hitler, who wanted to expand at the time. Many countries around the world and in Europe did not realize how dangerous Hitler was until what happened. I don't want to see.
Oh my God! And then all the Western countries violated international law by fighting back against Hitler. It's unbelievable.
The same events.
There are people who will legitimately fucking believe that. Like, Nux makes light of it. There are people who still have the right to vote who will say that kind of shit.
Happening in the Middle East.
Does Saudi Arabia need nuclear weapons to counter Iran?
Saudi Arabia does not want to acquire any nuclear bomb. But without a doubt, if Iran developed a nuclear bomb, we will follow suit as soon as possible.
That's it. That's exactly what they're saying. Like, these people have wanted those guys obliterated. They've been calling them Hitler. They've been saying they're dangerous forever. It's like it's only fat Karens with nose rings that are communists in America think that Iran is the victim of this situation. Oh, and
no lie detected.
Muslims, obviously. People named Hassan and Mehdi and Ahmed and Mohammed are obviously heartbroken about all this. So, speaking of Hassan, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hassan Piker has been having the worst day of his life because his bestie, a terrorist, rapist, pedophile, murderer, is dead now.
Very striking as well is that he essentially...
I've long said that George W. Bush is the worst contemporary administration that America has ever seen, bar none, because of the global war on terror.
Right, killing terrorists is bad. We know, yeah. And by the way, I'm against the Iraq War too. I'm against the idea that people went in, boots on the ground. I said this the whole time. I want to decapitate these retards from far. I don't want to put our people in danger like that.
After today's events, depending on where this goes, I think Donald Trump is objectively now the official title holder and is far more devastating.
Yes, because losing 0 casualties is worse than losing thousands of men. Oh, that's right. Hassan Piker is a terrorist supporter that quite literally wants death to America, and he wants us all to die, and he supported 9/11, and he supports all these terrorists, and he literally wants us to die. So yeah, he's right, actually. He makes a good point. Yes, he actually prefers Bush because we've lost people in war, whereas under Trump, we have not, thank God, lost anyone at war. Good point, Hassan.
I will say that.
Listen, I offer a very simple solution. We just glass the entire fucking thing, and we build a gigantic Buc-ee's and maybe a Walmart.
Largest leftist Twitch streamer, by the way. Directly wants American casualties.
I think that his reign of terror is going to be more consequential than George W. Bush.
Well, I mean, he is right in the sense that it's going to be more consequential. We are currently at net negative migration for the first time in 50 years. Do not let the retarded black pillars and the raped distract you from how hard we're winning. All we have to do is just snuff out the remaining retards in the midterms, and we are there.
I sure hope it's more consequential
We need to win so hard Hassan finally kills himself.
than George W. Bush. I want the Iranian people to get their country back and Iran to become an ally of ours and stop funding Russia and China, right? Stop giving Shahed drones to Russia, stop giving oil to China, cripple all of our enemies. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, the Russians have been just building their own Garan drones for quite a while now, just because they're not terribly difficult to build, you know, because fucking Iran makes them.
Hopefully he'll be incredibly influential.
This goes the way that they're signaling. If this goes the way that they're signaling, and there is a destabilization of Iran in particular.
Signaling, motherfucker, we said it outright. We are going to fucking kill you. What do you mean we're signaling?
It's Dave. Destabilization. Hopefully we'll overthrow these retards and let the people take back their country.
It is truly, I mean, at the domestic front, Trump is worse. All this stuff is true, right? I mean, George W. Bush did the Patriot Act. He walked so Trump could run. All this stuff is theoretical. But if you look at if you look at the actual, like, incalculable death toll of the global war on terror, the destabilization that took, the destabilization that came afterwards or during, until, I would say, like, until this moment.
He doesn't even know what he's saying. He's just yammering.
They were competing with one another. From this point onward, I think Trump takes the cake.
No! He killed a terrorist pedophile! No!
This isn't to say that Donald Trump was good by any metric, but...
No, I think he's saying that Donald Trump was actually great. Dude, I'm telling you, man, if you want to understand American foreign policy, just look at whatever side Hassan Piker is rooting for and back the other side. It works every time. It doesn't stop. So now, obviously, you know, we killed the dog. The dog was killed in Iran. And everyone's saying, oh, God, Hassan's going to abuse his little animal tonight.
Yes, the Piker Broadcasting Service is alive and well.
Dude, everyone on Twitter, pray for Hassan Piker's dog. Bro, Hassan is going to take his vengeance out on his little animal.
For you, the viewers, by you, the viewers, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you would like to support.
LA is going to have like a set of rolling blackouts with how hard Hassan is shocking his dog. Just looking at the news.
The broadcast. Twitter claims your dog died. What is this? Streamer Hassan Piker's dog Kai has died at age 3 after an apparent accident at home. The cause of death has not been publicly confirmed. Yeah, no, it's because all the fucking Zionist Hasbara dictators that are too afraid to openly say they want.
You have to be a Zionist if you want pedophile terrorists to die, I guess.
To suck Israel's as hard as they possibly can until the
Hassan abuses his dog. Why would Israel do this?
Tummies impregnate them with.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
The future of the Israeli population, they have to go and be like, oh, it's memes. Hassan is so mad. He's like zapping Kaya or whatever.
True. That happened. It's real. He's right. Anyway, so again, you'll start to notice things about Hassan. All right, Chinese Communist Party's favorite streamer.
If Taiwan is invaded, I want to ensure that we've codified passive support to sell Taiwan weapons if Congress wills it, so Trump just can't overrule it, or whoever the president is.
Taiwan needs to have their own Second Amendment. Like, yes, we will support you, but you need to have actual teeth to resist the Chinese. I'm sorry, it is time for you to grow the fuck up.
That's in Congress's hands.
Get ready.
And that we can...
Right, so this is a libtard that he's talking to, too.
Militarily step in to defend Taiwan.
Hassan is actively mauling. You know that Kaya is getting fucking zapped, like, after this call.
With naval fleets for interception and...
Right, so she's talking about protecting Taiwan if China invades.
Selling weapons.
By the way, China's not going to be able to invade because Trump cut their entire oil reserves. A lot of people don't know this because people don't understand geopolitics, which is fair. You have lives, to be fair. It's my job to research the retarded shit.
Hey, that's uncalled for.
But what a lot of people don't know is that by cucking Iran and Venezuela, China's oil literally gets cut into tenths. They have a tenth of the oil reserves now because we've cucked Venezuela and Iran. So they're probably not going to be invading Taiwan anyway, because...
It's not a direct causality. It's more that China now has to buy their oil at something that is closer to market price, especially now that we're lifting sanctions from Russia. meaning that they now have a higher price of energy, meaning their entire economy now has to downsize. And as a product of that, they are being slowly bled of their offensive capabilities to invade Taiwan.
Because Trump is really good at geopolitics, actually. Now, this is, get ready for this. Get ready for this. You're not going to be ready. Right? You thought, here it is. Oh, it's bad.
Asking what's the issue here?
Someone in the chat asked for the issue. All right.
Coming out with a firm stance that you will defend Taiwan militarily if
kind of based
invaded.
It's almost like this guy is just openly pro-communist China. We know they paid him for his trip there, but could it be that he's just actively an agent that operates against the United States?
I wouldn't say that he's an agent. He's more of a useful idiot.
Literally all the time?
That is not like that. That's a red hot, totally red alert. What are you? A lot of people yell at me.
Yeah, so anyway, he loses his mind. The idea of allying with Taiwan is just so far-fetched. It's like, it's incredible. I love it so much. All right, now this is Hassan Piker's inbred Uncle Cenk. I criticized Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. He was oppressing his own people, prevented democracy. But there's one thing you can't take away from him. He died on his own 2 feet instead of kneeling to Israel. That took courage.
No, he died in a fucking atomized state, hiding in his fucking bunker.
What? This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. It's unbelievable that these retards are actually here. Like, these people are in our
austere scholar
country. All right, we are importing foreigner retards, barbarians into our country, and they hate us so much. It's unbelievable. Oh, yeah, Ali Khamenei, we can criticize him. Criticize him. He is a mass murdering terrorist pedophile.
Total Kunk Uyghur denaturalization now.
That has killed tens of thousands of his own people as well as people in neighboring countries. What are you talking? But at least he hated the Jews. Was he a dictator? Yes. Did he murder his own citizens who just wanted freedom? Yes. But you gotta hand it to him. At least he hated the Jews. Like, no, you can't even stop. It's unbelievable with these people. They're insane. They hate us so much. They actually just hate us so much. Right, so this is a Japanese politician. Under no circumstances should the U.S. President Trump possess the right to assassinate the supreme leader of an independent sovereign state. This egregious violation of international laws.
Chairman of the Japanese Communist Party.
Totally shocking. We strongly condemn it. Oh no, international law. Someone
That's not a Japanese official, my guy. Like, at least read the fucking replies, okay?
call the international law police. Oh no. Yeah, anyway, this is
Oh yeah, we are the international law police.
the chairman of the Japanese Communist Party. Like, you can't make it up. It's the worst people. All the worst people are having
I should find this tweet and respond with a Yamaguchi Otoya pic.
a terrible day. It's honestly insane. Now, Nick Fuentes surprised me. I'm not gonna lie, he did. Now, I knew he would be against this. Obviously, he's been the big no war with Iran guy for a very long time. But this is honestly shocking. So first he said this. This was from like a week ago when tens of thousands of Iranian protesters were getting massacred in the streets by the Islamic terrorist regime.
With leaders of the revolution, at least one live from Iran. The revolution is right. Why Kaltenberg?
No, fuck them. Fuck those people, and I hope Iran crushes them. I hope they get fucking destroyed. They're traitors. They are traitors.
He's talking about the people under
I did not see this. I mean, disappointed but not surprised.
47-year-long occupation by an Islamic terrorist regime that are getting massacred, that they're traitors.
To their country, and I hope they get fucking crushed. They are traitors to their country.
Big fan of Stalin, by the way.
You know, Iran is fighting for their sovereignty. Israel is...
Bro, they're not. They don't give a shit about their sovereignty. They're Islamic terrorists.
Blowing up their country.
Israel is blowing up their country. They started all these wars. All right, they've been funding and using Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas as their proxies. Like, what are we even talking about?
And I get why people are angry. You know, they're hungry, they're poor, but... No.
They're also getting executed for showing their hair in public or leaving Islam or not being part of Islam. You know, 63% of Iran doesn't identify as Muslim. And they are viable for the death penalty because of that.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk to those people. I'd rather talk to the Ayatollah. I'd rather talk to the jurists. I'd rather talk to the Qataris than the leaders of the revolution.
With leaders of the
So yeah, so that was an absolutely insane take. And he went live yesterday to talk about Trump's involvement, and I couldn't believe it. I actually couldn't believe it. Like, I know that unlike people like Hassan and Cenk, you know, foreigners that were bringing our country and literally want our downfall and stuff, I know that Nick Fuentes loves America. He absolutely does. But I think this dude is off the rails with this whole Israel thing.
Does he though? Does he though? Because I very distinctly remember saying that Nick Fuentes is against the American hegemony over the world.
Why are we against this conflict?
Like, Israel's a foreign nation. I don't want to give them money either. You know, et cetera, yada, yada, et cetera. I don't like the idea that, you know, we have a ton of politicians that are just seemingly lobbying.
I'll be honest, you don't give two shits about Iran, and then the war in the grand scheme is just pointless. That said, you don't care that Islamists getting bombed to shit. The problem is, friendly anarchist. How should I put this? I would say apathy is an okay opinion to have. It's not the worst approach to what's happening. Generally, it is beneficial to understand why things are happening. And perhaps people who have been saying death to America for the last 30 years, people who have been directly fucking with us, should be slimed as quickly as possible. Maybe you don't want these people running around with enough money to build up a network of proxies to then potentially try to permeate your border and build up sleeper cells. Maybe you kind of want to fucking kill them before they're able to do any damage to you. Never mind the fact that Iran is challenging the sort of the key postulate on which the American dollar stands, which is uncontested trade, especially oil trade. Like, I keep saying this to a lot of people because it needs to be said. Like, America's primary export is not technology. It's not IP. It's not culture. It's not even hard goods. Our primary export is the world's strongest military that makes sure that shipping lanes are open and that global trade continues. That is our primary export. The primary good we sell to the world on the condition that the dollar stays a reserve currency and is the primary currency used for trading oil is the fact that a trading lane will never be interrupted. And that is a service that we have been selling to the world for the last 70 years. And that is the primary thing that is keeping our thoroughly debased currency above sinking. We would have been at Zimbabwe level inflation if it were not for our control of trading lanes. Guns, we don't export small arms, not in material quantities. Most of the guns that we make natively are also consumed by us. We do export quite a bit of military equipment. That is true, just in sheer numbers, but that is not a material contributor to the value of the dollar. The dollar is valuable because you need dollars to trade oil in the global market, and you need to trade dollars because America ensures that when you buy oil, your oil will in fact make it to the end destination where you want it to be shipped. So we are essentially like the world's, we are simultaneously the world's clearing bank and the security of said bank. We are there to make sure that everyone plays by the rules, that global trade continues, and the trade continues with our currency that we control. And if anyone tries to mess with that order by engaging in piracy near our trading lanes. Oh, you're just exclaiming guns? I see. Okay, sorry. I'm in a very lecturish sense. Which guns were you exclaiming about? I would also like to exclaim more about guns, but I need to be responsible with my budget this month. You know what? If you're not being responsible with your money this month, or if you just want to make one of your guns go fast, use code Kurumaro at checkout at AS Design for 10% off. Thank you for that plug. It's pre-boob game lecturing. Yes. I got a For you to get like the highest quality hard-on while watching Taimanin, I need to draw as much blood as possible to your brain for you to then get boner whiplash. But that being said, yes, America's saved you $50 on your last order. Hell yeah. We use guns to do those things. That is correct. We do use big guns. We use the biggest guns, the best guns, even some say. But yes, the primary export of America is that if anyone tries to fuck with shipping lanes, we take the biggest, most well-funded stick in the world and we fuck you with it, which is currently happening to Iran. That is, they are currently in the process of being fucked with the biggest and spikiest stick in the world, which is the U.S. military.
Need to exclusively fight for the interests of foreign countries, etc. I think all foreign lobbying needs to be banned from our country immediately. But like, dog, what are we doing here?
Why are we against this conflict? For me, let me tell you.
All right.
When Jose's Design Guides is working on a Mini 14 FRT, if they come out with that, you will personally run for the Florida legislature to see FRTs unbanned. Nice. Big and green, yeah. it sure is. Dude, do it. Listen, Fishbach seems to be a fucking retard. Do we need to go over this? I'm going to pull up this tweet real quick because, again, Fishbach is not it. I'm sorry. He's, at best, a fucking meme candidate and, at worst, a fucking embarrassment. Because he was trying to tough post when Mr. Guns and Gear invited him to shoot guns, and it backfired so horrifically bad. It's just not even funny. Just gonna give you that as a two-parter. All three of your options suck. Byron Donalds seemed okay, at least from what I've seen of him. He doesn't seem to be offensive. But yeah, you do have a lot of gun control to roll back. So this is him adding Byron Donalds. Let's see if you're actually black. Pull up. Oh, sorry about that. Says the dude whose shooting stance is this. Need I say more? You know what? Let's make this educational real quick, just to sort of go over this. Cock choking death grip on the pistol grip. Had better stance shooting in Mini 14 when you were 10. My wife, who's 100 pounds wet, has a better stance shooting my 300 Blackout MCX with a 5-inch barrel. But yeah. Shoulder, elbow flared out. No, the brace is not stacked up correctly against the pocket of the shoulder. Too much blading. I can see that his legs are hyperextended and he is standing in a front-facing stance as opposed to just leaning directly into the shot so that he's organically holding the rifle. That C-clasp is questionable. You generally don't want to keep your finger on the light switch because that is how you ND. That is James Fishbach, the allegedly based candidate for Florida governor. So yeah, my honest reaction to this information. Like, listen, man, it's okay. It's okay to not be, like, instantly good with guns out of the box, but please don't fucking tough post on Twitter, okay? Like, this is more cringe than Harmy Dillon. Let me see. She's AAG Dillon, right? AAG Dillon. This is worse than Harmy Dillon posting this. Not bad for 10 yards, says Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon. If you're going to blade, you need to have better support grip. For an old boomer stance, It's a disjointed mess. If he's C-gripping, he needs to have his shoulders squared, his elbows forward, the brace tucked properly. Just, yeah, like all of you are exactly correct. Standing bow-legged, trying to fight the horrific, the horrific recoil of 5.56 as an allegedly full-grown man. Like, this is less bad, because at least Harmeet Dillon is a self-admitted novice, right? What, even for a novice, like what, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 misses. That's not great. That's like shots that aren't even on fucking paper. Are you kidding me? And that spread from a handgun. You really wish you could fucking keep DeSantis as a Lich King at this point. Is there a term limit in Florida for the governor seat? Is he just limited that he can't run anymore?
Precisely. Why am I against regime change
why we're against it.
in Iran? It's not because of blowback. It's not because of mission creep.
So he's not even scared of blowback, meaning he's not scared that Iran can actually harm us. So that's not why he's against the war.
Not because of casualties even or cost.
Right, he doesn't even care about the cost. He doesn't care about the casualties. That's not why he's against the war. Okay, so why is he against the war?
Because all of those
Let me guess, because Jews.
arguments, those might not work. Those things are
Your sister had bitter groups at 20 yards than that, and that's her first day behind an HK. To be fair, it was an HK. No, I'm kidding. No, Harmeet Dillon's shooting is horrific. But at the very least, she's getting instruction. Like, that's still better than tough posting on Twitter.
genuine
And then getting clowned on by James Reeves.
concerns. But in the end, that's not really the root of the problem. The root of the problem, my issue with Iranian regime change, is that we are creating an Israeli superpower that not even we will be able to restrain.
Huh?
What?
That's a new plot twist. I was not caught up on the on the Zoomerwaffen lore there. You missed a lot. Same. I was not in that email. You're going to have to fill me in on this one, Mr. Fuentes.
What? This is the most mind-blowing take I've ever heard. So he doesn't want to. He doesn't care about the Iranian people, getting massacred. Sure, whatever. He supports actually the massacres of the Iranian protesters. He doesn't. It's not like he cares about casualties and thousands of Americans dying and stuff. He doesn't even expect that to happen realistically. He's afraid that by getting rid of Iranian terrorists that have killed tens of thousands of their own people and of people of neighboring countries that have started almost every single destabilizing war in the Middle East over the last 47 years, he's afraid that Israel will not have an adversary that's constantly trying to kill them.
That is why this is America last. I wanted Iran to remain, not because I'm a Muslim, not because I'm a cheerleader for the Iranian regime, but because Iran balanced Israel.
This is the take of someone who thinks he understands geopolitics, but the facts that inform these opinions are, just trust me, bro. You just sat down. I'm sorry about that.
Iran directly states that they want to kill us, directly states that they're planning on building intercontinental ballistic missiles with nuclear capabilities to destroy America because
Iran entered the negotiations with, we have material to build 11 nuclear bombs. That was their opener for the negotiations, which is why Trump's response was, well, then we're just gonna fucking kill you.
We're the Great Satan. They've orchestrated terrorist attacks throughout the Western world, all right? England, the Keir Starmer in England yesterday admitted there have been over 20 Iranian-based attacks on British soil that he did nothing about because he's absolutely cucked, all right? So Iran, let's not forget, they tried to assassinate Trump a couple of times. They said they're going to do it again. What are we even talking about here? What's going on? But he's more than happy to keep that threat active because at least they hate the Jews? What, are you serious, dude?
And balance benefits the United States. Why? because it gives us leverage to put our finger on.
Bro, does he actually think that it's Israel, which by the way, overwhelmingly likes America, population-wise, aside from it being democracy and stuff, population of Israel overwhelmingly likes America. The population of Israel likes America more than the population of America likes America. We have so many of these inbred imports, foreigners and communists in our country that hate us, quite literally. The population of Israel likes us more than the population of America likes us. That's terrifying. This is wild. He thinks that by getting rid of Iran, now Israel is going to be some sort of foreign adversarial superpower. First of all, Israel needs America to not to exist, but essentially to win any of its wars, right?
Well, at this point, probably to exist as well.
Right? Like, we fund Israel on a lot of their wars, which I think they could probably, they should get off our aid immediately, and they could handle that on their own. And also, and I think this is also super important, like, they don't have the bunker buster bombs that we have, that they needed us to use to stop Iran. But even more than that, he thinks that this is good for America in every way, except that now Israel doesn't have some sort of neighbor that wants to kill them constantly.
Imagine not having to fund the Iron Dome because there's no longer a fucking Iran funding a network of proxies that would try to send fucking missiles to Israel, thus necessitating the fucking Iron Dome.
My God. Israel is nowhere nearly as powerful as we are. It's not even close. It's actually not even remotely close. And secondly, they don't want to kill us.
Again, Israel is a glorified military base, the purpose of which is to be a sentinel in the region while also birthing, training, and equipping their own soldiers, like on the FOB itself. That is their primary function. The gripper answer is, you actually think they aren't shooting the missiles at themselves. I'm sorry, I'm not capable of lowering my IQ hard enough to even imagine that as a valid response.
The other guys quite literally want to.
I really don't want to think that there are people out there who actually think that.
And openly state their plan of killing us. It is unbelievable that this is his take.
The scale. But if there is no balance and Israel has free reign, then where does our leverage go? They become a regional hegemon and they push us out.
You know that there's like 6 other countries in that region, right? They are? Yeah, that's probably true.
And then they are free to pursue an independent foreign policy and their own goals, and we will have no say in that matter.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes how the world works, honestly. Like,
I hate to break it to you, but Israel already has their independent foreign policy, my guy. Israel hasn't joined any of the sanctions imposed on Russia this entire time. They still have air travel to and from Russia.
This is a mind-boggling take. Israel's not doing any of this. I don't even know what you're talking about. Israel is still surrounded by, a billion people that don't like them at all. I don't even know what this foreign policy will be like. You think Israel's going to be like, we got rid of Iran. We don't like America anymore? Like, it's such a wild take. Obviously, you want to be on the good side of the strongest country on the planet. I don't even understand where this is going.
And that is not in our interest.
So he's saying it's...
This is some fucking Candace Owens tier logic.
In our interest to keep wars going on in the Middle East, because at least then none of them would be able to actually live in peace.
Does he realize that without Iran, without an active military threat, Netanyahu has nothing to run on?
What? So I wanted Iran to remain. That is a counterweight to Israel. And you know what? If Israel has a nuclear arsenal, maybe Iran should have had one too.
Notice how Israel has not nuked us, though, and how Iran directly stated that they...
Why is why is the leader of the Zoomer Reich operating on toddler ethics in terms of nuclear regulation? Why are... Counterpoint, because a handful of bad guys are Jewish, all of the Jews are evil and bad, and they could control the world. No, valid, sure. But like, why are we approaching armament parity from the standpoint of toddler logic? It's like here's the thing, we're beyond the Jews. We're now fully on just female taught toddler ethics. Well, if your friend has a toy or rather, if you have a toy, then your friend should also have a toy, because not sharing is mean. Punching others is bad. Like we're at that level of logic, are we? That is the source and the driving principle behind your fucking foreign policy prescription. He is the bottom. You're pretty sure saying feminine things is his kink? Possibly so.
Do want to nuke us. I personally would rather people that don't want to nuke us have nukes than people that do want to nuke us to have nukes. Maybe that's just me.
Maybe the Ayatollah should have been building a nuclear bomb instead of writing about whatever it was, Black Lives Matter on Twitter. Maybe he should have built a nuke and gone all the way. What's the
He tried, and thank God he was stopped.
Outcome now?
Yeah, the outcome is he still kept trying to build a nuke.
Yeah, that's the reason he can't have one. I would rather America never stop nuking people, so we would have been the only people with nukes. That's an interesting approach to it. Like, it warrants some exploration at the very least.
And now he's dead. Good.
But these are incompetent people, as we saw with Hezbollah, as we saw with Hamas and the Houthis. They were a paper tiger, and so was Iran, the source of them all.
I love how he openly acknowledges, because he understands geopolitics to an extent, right? Like,
No, I don't think he does.
Openly acknowledges that Iran is the source of like all the terrorism in the Middle East, and he's like, but at least they kept Israel busy for what?
Maybe they should have
I'm
built
incredulous.
A nuclear bomb. If Israel has 300 nuclear bombs and they wage war on their neighbors and they threaten the United States, what's one more in the region to balance it out?
I'm sorry, Israel threatens the United States? That's new to me. And also notice how, despite having 300 nukes, they still haven't nuked Iran.
Because Israel isn't threatening to bomb the United States, and Iran is. What are, like, again...
Yeah, there's only one of those two countries frequently chants death to America.
And what are we even talking about? This is mind-boggling.
At least...
What does that mean? What is one more? I don't know.
Is this actually psychological warfare? Is this just Nick casting the retardation spell onto the world, and then we're all currently in its AoE?
It's one more country that directly, openly states their plan of killing us.
Maybe that is the approach. He's just going to say something so fucking retarded, it just actively reduces the intelligence of anyone who has to hear that.
As opposed to another country that has nukes that is not killing us. I don't want to die, and therefore I don't want Iran to get nukes.
At least then we could put our finger on that scale, as we do, as we have with
shocking.
other countries.
I don't know, man. I like it. It's actually mind-boggling that this is his take. It's wild. And of course,
oh great,
he
there's
doubles down
more
by saying, and this is why you have to vote Democrat. Bro, what are we doing?
Something has gone horribly wrong. All of the
just keep spamming power word Jews. If you've got a decent wisdom stat, it doesn't really affect you, real and true.
Those people, with some exceptions, were never Trumpers in 2016. Shapiro didn't vote for Trump in 2016. Mark Levin was critical of Trump in 2016. Where were these people when the movement was actually born, when those pillars were in place? Now all of those
they were
people
gay and
are
retarded.
In the center. The movement is something else now. And what we need in 2028, this is our last chance. We need in 2026 for this administration to be shut the fuck down. What does this administration do other than cover up the Epstein files and
cover them up by releasing them? Fantastic.
Embezzle money through government contracts and bring us to war for Israel. This administration...
War for Israel. Like, dude, everything he says
needs to be shut down immediately.
They closed off the border. They've deported hundreds of thousands, millions actually, 2.5 million. Not enough, don't get me wrong. I actually I support the Nick Fuentes idea of needing to deport 30 million illegals.
Do not vote in the midterms, and if you do, vote for Democrats.
And there it is.
This. That is what the Republicans deliver. That is what our golden age looks like.
Yes, let's let the Democrats finally bring the boot down on our necks, because that's going to be so much better. And legitimately, Fuentes is on the record saying that he would have preferred a Kamala victory, because then it would have accelerated us towards a civil war. And it is sort of charming for him to think that he would have survived a boog. Like, all fucking 90 pounds of him. It is mind-boggling that these fucking 100-pound wet fucking victim weight Zoomers, with their sole possession being some kind of comslop shitstick, really think that they would be anything other than a fucking common loot drop in the event of social breakdown. People who are too fucking scared to place a McDonald's order without stuttering really, really want society to end. Oh, Christ. 50 to 70 million? Yeah, including every single Indian, legal or illegal. Absolutely co-sign that. We need to deport every Indian and every Muslim. You actually talked about this like an hour ago? Nice, nice. Topical. Do you think he would get trained before being shot, or would they only fuck him afterwards? I don't want to explore that lore, sorry. People like him genuinely don't understand. We're not going to thank them for forcing us to do what has to be done. Yeah, pretty much. You copy and pasted that. Understandable. You're more prepared than Nikki, and you still think you wouldn't make it in a Boogaloo scenario? Yeah, pretty much. I am on board with that. Like, my prep is kind of weak, mostly on the logistics side. If I have an understood target and I need to kill it, I'll fare better than most. But I am still utterly unprepared on like water storage and treatment, on provisions. I need a lot of schooling when it comes to hunting. Realistically, I need to get into bow hunting just because it's more resource efficient than hunting with firearms. But yeah. I really don't want societal breakdown, especially since we're on a positive trajectory now. Like, all we need is, 3 more good presidents. Most of us have weak logistics. You're starting over from square one. When you move, you'll have a friend, but that's one man. Yeah, building up networks is important. I am limited in my ability to immediately access my network, so that's also something that probably needs to be solved. I know neighborhoods that have like shortwave radios set up. When I get into crossbow for hunting, that's also probably cool.
The terror.
Closed borders, global superpower, not absolutely cucked, the end of DEI, the end of transgender on minors.
Oil prices absolutely in the gutter.
I don't know, man. The big beautiful bill, which has been a fantastic thing in general. I could go on, but this is a mask-off moment. He literally wants to suffer through another open border Democrat policy of flooding our country with millions of foreigners that steal elections and rape our people.
Well, again, if we are to believe Fuentes at his word, he just wants things to get so bad that we accelerate towards societal breakdown. He wants to flip the board because he's tired of being a useless, thin-wristed twink screaming in a basement. He thinks that his fate would be a kinder one in the event of a social breakdown. You're fun enough to prefer old guns, but you dislike crossbows. You just find them icky. I don't have an opinion one way or another. I do think that you should get at least one fucking modern gun, Seku. Just have one AR, just the most basic bitch AR. Just have something that's a real gun with a real use, okay? And then you can have your funny lever guns. People aren't paying attention to oil prices. They're focusing on $8 gas in LA and saying how the Houthis just owned us. Yeah, never mind that the Strait of Hormuz is wide open, and the only interruption we've suffered to traffic through the Strait of Hormuz was caused by the fucking British refusing to ensure vessels moving through it. You have modern guns that are just pistols. You need a rifle. Get a fucking rifle, Seku. Been shooting melee for teens since you were 10. You will go to your grave with one in the hand. I mean, listen, if that's what you stacked into, more power to you. Again, I say that as someone whose primary is an MCX, and I've honestly realized that I really need to start buying up some just, small parts and replacements, and just that is going to cost me like $400 to have basic shit readily available on hand to replace, like bolt carrier groups, springs, lower parts.
The craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life, quite honestly. Like, I get he hates Israel. That's fine. I don't care. But, like, why would you sacrifice our country to hate Israel? And it goes on like this.
The biggest problem with Mini 14s is magazines. Interesting. Can you 3D print those? You should be able to. Like, a magazine is a magazine. It's a fucking box with a spring.
You get the idea. But, dude, you don't understand what's actually going on. All right? Islamic regime is losing control of...
Not ones that run well. Ah, I see. Okay.
cities now, all right? The people are rising up, right? Again, I can't even contend with the points.
Seco, the old Smith & Wesson M&P are unreliable as hell. Seco, do you run an M&P? Have you been called out? All right, let's change our category real quick. Taimanin Squad. And I'm going to actually go and launch the game now. I have some arena reps to do. Oh, I'm downloading an update, am I? Get yourself a Winchester 1895 chambered in 7.62R. Good luck with the auction. Then you'll have an American gun that shoots dumb Russian ammo. Please don't give him ideas. He's going to do it. The only real... Okay. Okay, it's capturing. I'm not sure I want to capture yet. I need to... No! Get the fuck out! Scheduled maintenance, and no one told me. Eat a dick. That's it. You're getting action time and his punishment. I'm probably not updated on action timing though. Let me quickly check. Steam client library. Well, goddamn. Let me check if I need to update the one on my phone. I wasn't done with my Spec Ops for the day. This fucking sucks. I saved things to do. Son of a bitch. Update. Please update the app. Yeah, okay, let's update the app. Motherfucker. Let's see. Is action timing up to date? It is. I don't know if my login code is up to date though. So it's just not. It's not a better game to play. Definitely not on stream. It's just a shit ton of grinding. What are my other options? What are my other options? It's almost been 4 hours though. Minis are great, but mags are a bitch. Yeah. In Arena, it's the giving you a notification of 6 minutes. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's why it's not letting me back in. The 1895 Russian is probably the sexiest lever gun to have. Save the 1866. I'm not a big lever gun connoisseur. I am not so spoiled with a plethora of modern guns that I look at antiquated variants. I accept the appeal. Like, they're kind of cool to interact with. Oh boy. What to do? Let me think about that for a brisk minute. Fuck it, I'll make the mistake of letting you vote again. And your options are going to be, let me check. Let's say, okay, new poll, game, and it's going to be Subnautica. Ruined Nurse. Or Action Taimanen. God fucking damn it, that's really, really inopportune timing there. You get a minute to vote since I'm, like, proactively telling you that there's a vote. Kick is allowed to vote via mail-in by just stating what they want. Well, I say they, it's just Seku. Alright, there's your vote. Vote for the thing to do. Okay, we have one vote for Action Taimanen, so unless either one of you votes for something else, we're going to play Action Taimanen. You only have a minute to vote. I'm not seeing any votes on Twitch. Not huge on lever guns. You think the 1866 is just so sexy? No, that's fair. I have my experience of lever guns is very much skewed. The ones I've interacted with the most were actually integrally suppressed one. Subnautica with 1 vote, Action Taimanen with 2 votes. It just based on the activity level in chat, I'm gonna say that Action Taimanen likely takes it. No, never mind. We have a tie. We have a tie with Subnautica. Damn. I will be the tiebreaker. Subnautica. Let's go Subnautica. Subnautica wins. It's a better gaming experience than Action Taimanen, trust me. The booba gets, like, the booba is not featured prominently enough to be entertaining. Play Subnautica, and it's a little bit easier to yap. Your connection died. That's too bad. Bring up my Alienware Control Center. Likely getting a handgun Saturday. Buy a fucking AR-15, Seku. Jesus Christ. Have one modern rifle that does the thing. Then you can have your play guns. The reason the 1895 is so good is because it fires the same round as the Nagant, but it doesn't fight you like a bratty goth when you try to work the bolt. Wait, your bratty goth is not supposed to have a bolt, Notary. What are you trying to tell us? The lever functions every time, I see. Let's capture the game. Subnautica. Actually, you know what? Here's... The bratty goths you want to have a bolt. Okay, if you say so, anarchists. No, don't forget my special interest
Power
bad
restored.
gun.
All primary systems online.
Let me go and feed the bioreactor real quick. Seems to be powering up, so there's probably something already boiling inside. Oh yeah, it's already fully loaded. It was just spurging out on me. Then we can just eat all of these. Got a shit ton of magnetite. I wonder what I was going to do with it. This is the problem of just hopping back into Subnautica after a break. You just completely blank out on what you were trying to do. I was probably trying to make some modules for this shit. Torpedoes, prawn suit stuff, lithium, benzene. Well, benzene, for benzene we need to go to the blood kelps. Prawn suit jet upgrade, sulfur. Yeah, I have a challenge. You want me to pick up a Nagant and go through, say, 40 rounds without bashing it against the bench before throwing it in the dirt and shooting it with my handgun? I don't know if I want to inflict that on myself. Let's see, Seamoth depth module. Why the fuck was I even bothering with a damn magnetite? Probably for the HUD chip, I'm going to guess. Is that the only thing that I needed the magnetite for? That's gonna kind of fucking suck. Hull reinforcement, storage modules, battery efficiency maybe? Common mods, polyaniline. We still need to go to the blood kelp for that. What do you have? You don't really have a lot of shit installed on you, actually. Let's go and grab some titanium first, I guess. You know what's a very fun, cool... Oh, I actually need to change my category. Subnautica. See, I really don't want to inflict guns that are predictably not fun to both own, buy, operate, you know, like anything. I really don't like spending money on things that I do not enjoy, which is a big reason why I don't interact with the AK ecosystem of anything. Get a quick breath of fresh air. Like, I'm not anti-Henry, because Henrys are fun guns to shoot. I'll admit that. But please, please, get like an actual repeating rifle. In the big 26, as the kids say, just have a rifle that's gas operated, and then you can have all of your funny guns as well. I will proactively fun police you. Let's grab this limestone chunk. Should have enough material for what we're trying to do. I just want to get a reinforced hull for the sea moth, or do I actually? Get the fuck away from me. Let me quickly check what upgrades I have. I probably want to keep you on. Alright, let's see.
Systems online.
We got plenty of provisions. What do we have for upgrades? We have a hull reinforcement, we have another storage module, which is not a lot to work with. I probably would still be able to go down into the blood kelp, and I would prefer to do so in the prawn suit. It's like saying you shouldn't reach for a single action revolver as the shit hits the fan gun, because you shouldn't. Knowing this full well will not stop you. I mean, you should reach for the gun that you have the most reps on training. Like, there is a capacity to solve certain problems that is not equal amongst the different guns. Rare minerals, lithium goes here. I guess the magnetite can also go here, even though it's a metal, not, technically not a mineral. Yeah, let's leave the sea moth as is. Blood kelp, right? I don't remember where the blood kelps are.
Engine powering up.
I sort of remember where one of them... Oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. Oh, we need to...
Powering down.
Hold the phone. We need to swap out some batteries. Can I build a power cell charging station? I don't believe I can. We have a battery charging station, but that is not what we need. Okay. Well, in that case... Where's the battery storage that I put in place? Alright, let's swap out 2 batteries for the ones that are just completely shellacked. Hey, you're mostly dead, but we'll keep you up for now. It's the thing Clint Smith said. Some old conjurer has a .40 Valkyrie revolver. Odds are he's going to kill you because... Wait, what? The odds are he's going to kill you because those don't go into that purchase not intending to shoot their gun a lot. Okay, I'm not familiar on the peculiarities of the 410 Valkyrie. Oh, those guys. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Engine powering up.
So there are two blood kelps, one near the entrance to the underwater river, and the other one near the dunes. Nagant revolver or Mosin Nagant? I think in most cases when people say Nagant, they mean the moist nugget. The classic garbage rod. Things get really bad, overpenetration becomes a feature rather than a bug. That is my thinking for some of the ammo that I'm stockpiling. Like, I don't have... Well, I don't have any green tip as of right now. For one, because I really don't have an overpenetrating use for it. But I'm also not really going out of my way to stockpile a lot of polymer tip. Well, for one, because I don't have a 5.56 primary to run it in anyway. But my other reason is for my 300 blackout primary, I don't stock up on a lot of polymer tip because if I'm in a situation where I need a lot of ammo, overpenetration, like Seku says, is no longer a hindrance and it's a feature. The bolt of your M38 is pleasantly smooth. Listen, whatever floats your boat, I'm not gonna kink shame. Proposed Degasi habitat. That's where we're in the grasslands, right? Okay. Yeah, but I've been alerted to the fact that I should probably buy some small replacement parts. Your favorite ammo is 300 grain WFN. It's just too expensive to train with regularly. Use cheaper 240 grain ammo at the range. I have a real question. What the fuck is happening to Ben Shapiro's eyebrows? I'm sorry, I'm not, I do not keep track of his eyebrows. I assume he's just getting older and therefore he just has more facial hair. You know, his sister gets to have gigantic milkers and he gets to have gigantic eyebrows. It's only fair. The man is turning into Eugene Levy as we speak. 44 Magnum is expensive, but it's worth it. Probably true. Again, it depends on what you run it out of. They're going to putate and fly away. See, most people dislike Ben Shapiro because of his questionable domestic policy takes and being insulated from the realities of a lot of everyday folks. I dislike him because he's a nasally nerd who is wrong about Michael Jackson. Search bar autofilled Ben Shapiro eyebrows. Holy shit, is this the real discourse? I feel like we're in a bad place right now. I think I've wandered into a place where I shouldn't be. You know? I'm gonna actually go a little bit deeper because I know that the fucking Reapers aren't there. Because I know that yellow tinge. The yellow tinge means that I'm not supposed to be here. I don't hear any Reapers, but I know those assholes are somewhere close behind. Ben Shapiro is one of those most out-of-touch creatures around outside of Congress. For different reasons. He is one of those, like, very sheltered reverse gamer paint. Pretty much, yes. I mean, it's good that the game has clear delineation of its biomes, if anything. I can go there, I just know that the things I'm looking for are definitely not there. We're reasonably equipped to not really fight Reapers, but at the very least, we can reasonably outrun them. The real ocean is pretty easy to delineate as far as where you should and should not be. Maybe. I forgot the previous point I was trying to make. Is that a suspended piece of wreckage? That looks kind of sexy. How much color is there? Then how much light is there? Yeah, that's probably a good metric to follow. I'm trying to think if I know where this crag is. I probably know this wreck and we already cleared it out. That's fine. As Ben Shapiro is a lizard person, you can comfortably confirm that his eyebrows are changing because he is molting skin. Take it from one reptilian person. I see it. It takes one to know one, I guess. He is, like, Ben Shapiro is your typical well-to-do coastal Jew who's well-educated, he's done well for himself in business, and that has deprived him of a lot of perspective on certain aspects of life, where the aspects of life from which, like, a lot of well-to-do people try to insulate themselves. Asians are actually very much like that. Like, Ben Shapiro, for his takes, may as well be, like, Korean or Japanese. Because the factors affecting his opinions are actually largely the same. His worldview is sort of places a lot of stake in believing in institutions and that the institutions can always be trusted, or are at the very least within a significant margin of, like, being very consistent with their results. I don't know who made that noise, and I really don't want to find out. Oh, that's a spider crab, okay. I'm gonna ram this bitch. Damn, he teleports out of the way. I really don't like the fact that there are so many warpers here. They are going to make it such a pain in the ass to go collecting resources once I actually get to the biome I need. I'm also a little bit lost. I don't even know if I'm going in the right direction anymore. I am looking for, like, the deep blood kelps. But yeah, at the end of the day, the problem with Shapiro is primarily just his lack of perspective on just certain attitudes, and that has to do with the fact that, you know, he grew up as a well-behaved, well-educated mama's boy, and that unfortunately does things to you. You know what? There's a lot of uranite, and I still kind of need it, so I guess we're gonna go collect some, and hopefully the warpers are not going to fuck with us too badly. Ah, shit, we cut down the bulba tree. I didn't realize that it only had one hit in it left. I heard a warper. Ugh. But also, Shapiro is completely wrong about Michael Jackson, like, retardedly short-sighted attitude. Sorry, I am firmly in the camp of Michael Jackson did nothing wrong, outside of settling the cases. I didn't check for depth module compatibility. That was kind of silly of me. What did that bitch just say? Just a second. Blueprints, voice logs. What did you just say? Scans show excessive cave networks below the surface. Wait a minute. She said Aurora. I'm pretty sure she said the word Aurora. But there was a documentary and it said things, and it kept having to cut things out for some reason, but it seems we're very well produced. Well, he had his shit take even before the return to Wonderland. Alright, that's probably all of the uranite we're gonna get.
All systems online.
It's very difficult for me to project how one arrives to the incorrect conclusion, so I just don't know what kind of sources he consumed. Alright, let's back out. This looks like the edge of the map, if I had to wager a guess. Oh no, this is the Grand Reef. Okay. We are close to the edge of the map. We're not at the edge of the map yet, but this is also not what we were looking for. I keep forgetting that sea treaders are also technically Leviathan. It's been proven that Michael Jackson did nothing wrong. What was Shapiro saying? Quite a while ago, he just had the incorrect opinion that the accusations were true. That's it. He didn't go into a lot of detail, because if he were to ever look up enough information to go into detail, he would know that he was wrong. Like, oh, why did he settle? Well, because if he didn't settle, he would be tied up in legal proceedings over a nothing burger accusations and ruin the opportunity to make more money than God at the insistence of his record label, who was also actively vying to overtake his catalog, and would have done so at the first available opportunity. Like, hindsight being 2020, we understand that, yeah, he probably should have just fought the allegations. A tour worth billions of $1 billion. $1 billion in the 90s, mind you. Not like today billion, like the 90s billion. Like an actual country's GDP worth. God damn it, I don't remember where the damn deep shrooms are. Cash and prizes in the fucking bank, yeah. Again, is $1 billion you're going to bed? Good night, Gecko. Thank you for hanging out. But again, like, once you weigh $1 billion versus, like, generational reputational assassination, maybe, you know what, maybe $1 billion isn't that much, like, when you get a little bit of perspective on it. That's an alien crash. Or cache, actually. Crash means something different. We're going to save, just in case, because those barriers tend to break gravity for me. It's only happened once. To this day, you have people quoting the drone shot documentary. It is unfortunate, but people do react to information that is delivered to them in a form that's easy for them to consume without really thinking critically or at all about what they're hearing. That's just an unfortunate fact of life. I will probably need a purple tablet, and I do not have one. Can I make one? Do I have the things to make? I probably don't. Just kind of looking at it from a... It's probably going to give me an ion crystal at least. And if I have that, then I can do something with it. Are we okay? We're okay for health. gonna save real quick. I probably don't need a submersible here now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm probably just overcomplicating it for myself. Let me go. Never mind, there are cave crabs here. I'm never leaving the prawn suit. Okay, there's a gate over there. I think I should be fine if I walk the rest of the way. If I see any crabs, I'll just stab them. Ah, there's not even anything to activate because I need to activate this from the lava castle, so I'm just shit out of luck. I just came here for shits and giggles, I guess. Well, that's fun. Alright, but we need to find where the... I love that the traversal still works. We need to find where the deep shrooms are, and I'm probably gonna have to build a scanner room for that. With how things are looking. Because I am completely lost. I just have no bearings whatsoever. It doesn't help that I'm swimming around at night.
Engine powering up.
Let's circle back to the proposed Degassi habitat location, see if we can't spin off from there. I could swear that there is a deep shroom biome that should be available to us from there. But it's just not for some reason. They moved my shit around to confuse me on purpose, I swear. Is that a fucking ghost Leviathan? That is a fucking ghost Leviathan. He is going to attack me.
Emergency speed. Vessel calculating. Excessive noise.
Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me.
Warning. Engine overheat. Ahead standard.
I wonder if I can shake him by breaching. Holy shit, I think I did it. Damn, okay. No, I did not. I did not. He's still in pursuit. God damn, I don't have any decoys. We're actually in kind of a bad situation here. Oh, let's slow down. Take a look around. I don't know where the fuck I even am. No! No, you get the fuck away from me. I need to make it back to the safe shallows or this thing is just gonna keep chasing me. Okay, he broke off. Okay, good. Why was he even there, is my question. Okay, well, we seem to be in the general vicinity of the safe shallows now, so we should be fine. Let's actually surface. I don't remember juvenile leviathans even being there.
Engine powering
let's make sure we're in one. Oh, we're not in one piece. We're not in one piece. We have damage on the outer hull.
This is Life Pod 2, coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up. We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted. Out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
I think I need that signal location, actually. I think I actually need to go there because there are deep shrooms there, so... Perfect timing, that's where we needed to go. Should be on the other side of the reef that has the safe shallows. I'm gonna look and get my bearings. You're reminded of the penultimate scene in Coneheads and Arknoid's hilarious fear noise. It's been more than 20 years since I've seen Coneheads. I know that I have seen it, but I retain none of it. It's probably a funny scene. 500 meters straight up, the nitrogen in your system is going to get very angry at you. Well, that's why they're dead. Ah, that is a wreck. That is a wreck that has a hole in it, so I have already explored it. That's great. So I have just legitimately already been here, okay. Was I only supposed to get that location data after I'm attacked by a ghost leviathan? Which, by the way, why don't I have blueprints to build a decoy? Because one would be very useful right now. Right, I'm a little confused as to... Okay, this is going to take... Oh, that's not great. We probably are not going to be able to pass through here. I appreciate the fact that the game at least bothers to give you story reasons why you are the sole survivor, and... You know, even though we all understand that it was development time and just, you know, general resource shortage to develop other characters, it is nice that they at least bothered to build the fluff to explain why there's not a single living person other than you on the planet. Alright, this is the secondary blood kelp, if my bearings are correct. So we're going to go down into the mushroom forest, yes. So we're near the mountains, so we need to be aware of the fact that Reaper Leviathans are somewhere in the general vicinity. Yeah, I'll deal with that in a minute. I wonder if I explored that wreck. Okay, this should take us to... Alright, the coordinates glitched. Surely they are not. Surely the game would not just fuck with me. There they are, there's the blood kelp. That's not... Oh, that is where the coordinates are, okay. This is what we needed, actually, this entire time. It's nice that the game decided to take pity on me and just give me the thing I need. Because we need blood oil and we need deep shrooms, and we get both here. We just need to remember to plant both once we get back home to base. Guess we may as well just go the full depth. Oh, you fucking cunts. It's the electric eels, they're kind of angsty. There's a warper there, that's also not optimal, but we'll have to make do. Squid crabs. Someone told me that squid crabs are leviathans, and I just refuse to believe that. They are so low on the another juvenile ghost leviathan, lovely. Okay. I no longer care about finding that particular pod. I hear warpers, deep biters, like generally bad vibes all around, I'm going to say. Although, lots of important resources, because we need some of our organics that are found here. I'm just making sure that I'm not positioned in a way that's going to make me an attractive target for the Ghost Leviathan. Quickly save, and we're gonna call it a day. We're gonna call it a day for right now, because it's getting a little bit late. It's getting a little late, and I still have work in the morning. So the wage cage does beckon. So I'm going to look for a target for us to raid out to. Sorry, my verbal intelligence is rapidly leaving my body, if I had any in the first place. All right, who do we grace with our survivors? Let me quickly think about that. You know what? I think. Not gonna name names. You know what? Let's raid into Bagsterd, I think. Yeah, let's raid into him. It's been a while since we came around to say hi. I mean, it's only fair. Has anyone been keeping up with his repatriation journey? Bagsterd doing retro. So far, it looks like he's just yapping. So let's see how that works out. If your shift wasn't for real another 8 hours, he'd pass out too. I've been kind of very sleepy. Bags abandoned Vietnam. Wasn't that like a whole year ago? I feel like that's been a while back. I mean, it's good for him. Like, you don't want to live in Southeast Asia. Like, he had a case of food poisoning that made him shit himself dry for 3 days. I remember that lore. I am still aware of that. I was hoping there were more updates on him sort of, putting roots down in the U.S. He's roommates with Pickle, right? But that's going to be it for today. Remember, there's... Fuck it, it's worth no understandable reaction. Remember, join the socials. The Discord is tons of fun. That is where we have our clan coordination, and also buy my merch because the patch is really cool. But remember, only cool people are allowed to have it. If you try to buy it and you're uncool, the vendor will just reject your payment method and call you a fucking MiG-15. I don't make the rules. That's just the vendor rules. I'm sorry. But with that, this has been Onii-san reminding you to not live in Southeast Asia. Bye-bye.
Onii said, hi, I'm literally ending stream. I'm literally getting ready to raid, but thank you for the raid. Hello. I'm literally ending right now. Unfortunate, yeah. But I'm sending you guys into someone else. I'm sending you guys into Grimmy. She looks like I don't know what she's doing. But anyway.